Least 3 months before a general election. Lawmakers advanced the resolution in October, just days before statewide races. We'll have more news, weather, and traffic just ahead. Stick with us. We'll be back after the break.
WUSA 9 Weather Impact is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Well, while crews work to clear the streets and the sidewalks, there's another major cleanup mission that's underway, breaking through the ice on the Potomac.
This is so interesting. WUSA 9 got a rare look from inside a DC fireboat as crews are carrying out that critical work. Photojournalist James Hash shows us what it takes to keep the waterways open for emergencies.
It doesn't get very cold here for very long, right? So we're not dealing with ice for a month straight or anything like that. So this ice will be around for another 2-3 weeks. Right now it's about 3 inches thick out there. It's a lot easier to break 3 inches of ice than when it gets built up to 6 or 9. What we did was just open a channel, clear a path for the smaller boats that are faster and carry all the rescue personnel. It can serve as a mobile command post, capable of 7,500 gallons a minute fire pumps. We could just pull up to the shore. The fire trucks can hand us a bunch of big hoses and we'll pump them all. It's like a firehouse, but instead of fire engines, we just have boats. We're responsible from the Wilson Bridge all the way up to Little Falls. An emergency can occur at any time. There's all sorts of things that can happen. Cars off the riverbank, cars off of bridges, so it's important to be able to get to those incidents in the ice.
And we are looking at a cold start outside, and we do have some clouds that are going to be coming in later on today. Here is what I am tracking. Wind chills this morning will be anywhere between a -5 and by the afternoon it'll feel like 18 degrees. Despite highs in the 20s, it's going to feel much colder. On top of that, we could see some stray flurries today. And what's happening next is that we will see the possibility of some areas getting more snow this weekend, especially if you're in southern Maryland and near the Ocean City area. Outside right now, we've got temperatures at 17 degrees in D.C., right around 12 in Gaithersburg, 13 now in Leesburg, Dulles 17, and we are at 17 degrees in Manassas as well. Let's factor in the wind chill. It feels like 4 degrees in D.C. and it feels like 6 degrees in the Winchester area. We're all under a cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning for the wind chills that you just saw, and we still have time on the clock for temperatures to drop, so it's going to feel even colder before we get to sunrise. By the hour today, 18 by 10 a.m. feels like 7, 25 by 2 p.m. feels like 17. We're right around 25 by 4 o'clock. At that point, you notice mostly cloudy skies. Now, looking at Futurecast, we can see a few hit or miss flurries popping up. This is at 1:30 in the afternoon. Again, everyone is not going to see this. The chance is very small, but just in a few remote spots, we could pick up on those flurries. Same at about 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon. We can see some around Montgomery, D.C., and into the Fairfax area. And then as we advance the clock to about 7:30, we can see them around the Leonardtown area. Just a few. Again, no accumulation out of this, but you will see them falling from the sky. Now on to the next 5 days, where temperatures continue to drop in the coming days. 23 for the high on Thursday, 21 Friday, down to 19 for a daytime high on Saturday, and we'll see temperatures up to 26 degrees on Sunday. But we are watching for a system that's going to be forming just offshore, and depending on how far north or south the system goes is going to impact if we see any snow out of it. Most of the models that I've looked at, not just the GFS and the Euro, which is the main ones that we look at, but most of them keep this to our south. I still believe that we would see some snow in areas such as southern Maryland, maybe even through Charles and St. Mary's counties. Let's take a look here. So again, this is going to be late Saturday into Sunday. We can see where that system could just clip us, and we do have enough cold air in place to get some precip out of it. Let's look now. This is the European model showing that as early as 10:45 Saturday morning, there could be some light snow around. This could be around the eastern area, Andrews, La Plata, southern Prince George's County, into Fredericksburg and Stafford. This is at 11 o'clock at night. We'd still see some there, and then it would push out. Now, looking at the GFS model, we could also see some light snow. It brings it in as early as Friday. I think that system stays too far to our south. But then you can see Saturday it tries to bring more to the area. It's kind of changed course a little bit and brought this low a little bit closer to us. So the closer it is, the bigger the impacts we see. So for now, we're going to keep that mention of snow south of D.C., but we will be monitoring the track of it because now the GFS is one of the only models calling for that. We'll send things over to Terry now for a check on traffic.
WUSA 9 Traffic Impact is sponsored by 3-Day Blinds.
I am starting to see a couple of crashes pop up across our area. One of them right now on 395. You're taking a look at a right lane here blocked. This is the northbound direction where this is going on. A bit slow moving there, honestly. More people do appear to be heading out this morning. You can see some of those backups starting to build. So the area where this is, it is in Virginia. Again, 395 in the northbound direction. This is right near Quaker Lane. A right lane here is blocked. We're also seeing some southbound delays as well. So something to keep in mind if you are heading out. Of course, I've been mentioning this morning and for the last couple of days. Just be careful. Still a lot of that snow and ice on our roadways. So if you are heading out in Maryland, let's check in there. Southbound 270, Gaithersburg to the Spur, 9 minutes. From Frederick to the Spur, 45 this morning.
Right, Terry, thank you. Hey, a scary reminder about the importance of clearing all the snow and ice off your car before you drive. Take a look at this. These are some jarring photos of a crash caused by ice missiles shattering a car's windshield on I-95 in Howard County last night.
Now, ice missiles are as we just mentioned, large chunks of ice and snow that fly off vehicles while they're moving. Officials say 2 people were taken to the hospital as a result of this crash.
You know, my husband was helping me clear these off because I didn't see the top of my car.
Right.
And that's sometimes you can do your best to clear off the car. If you miss the top,
yes,
that could
because that's a lot. That's the place where a lot of it stacks up. And we talked to officials yesterday about one of the things you should do once you are able to get out on the road is to make sure you get all that stuff off your car, because once it flies off, it could cause some serious problems for some other drivers. So
My
yeah,
goodness.
keep
Hope
that in
you're
mind.
okay. Yikes.
All right,
Okay.
We'll be right back.
At 5:25, a new name is emerging to run the Commanders' defense, and as we told you, the team is finalizing a deal to hire Prince George's County native Durante Jones.
Now, Jones joins the Commanders from the Minnesota Vikings, where he coached defensive backs and helped run the passing game. He's also a Bishop McNamara grad and a former Bowie State coach. I mentioned also yesterday he played football at Morgan State up in Baltimore. Nice. Now, we spoke with Locked On Commanders host David Harrison, who says Jones' broad background is a major asset.
This isn't a guy who's coming from just like one system or one style of play. He's played in some very aggressive blitz-heavy type of systems. He's also played in some cover 3 systems, which is similar to the type of defense that Dan Quinn and Joey Jr. were running the last couple of years. So he's kind of done the two extremes, and he's done everything in between, and he's done it at the collegiate level, which I think is a little bit unique. He's had stops.
All right, we're ready for some redemption next season. Hopefully he can help. David Harrison has more insight on the Commanders' offseason moves. You can find his Locked On Commanders podcast right now on WUSA9.com. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you straight to the Commanders section of our website.
All right, still to come, tax season. A surprise could be on the way.
All right, how about that? Who's most likely to see a bigger refund and why? We'll have that information ahead at 5:30.
WUSA 9 News at 5:30 starts now.
Good morning, I'm Simone D'Alba.
And I'm Wisdom Martin right now on WUSA 9 at 5:30. All right, a new government report is raising questions about the fatal Minneapolis shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy, including whether or not Preddy was still armed when multiple officers opened fire. We'll have the latest developments from overnight.
And we are nearing the 1 year of the deadly mid-air collision over the Potomac. Coming up, how the skating community is honoring the victims. Thank you so much for joining us here on WUSA 9. We continue our weather impact alert coverage, tracking those icy conditions across the DMV. Right now, we are under a cold alert with frigid temperatures this morning.
Meanwhile, it's another snow day for many of our students in our area. These are just some of the school systems impacted right now. We have the full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen and on our website, WUSA9.com.
We'll have more on the weather impacts in just a moment, but first, let's get over to our Allison Seymour, bringing us up to speed on some of today's top stories. Allison, good morning.
Good morning to you and good morning at home. Developing this morning, we are learning new details in the Minneapolis shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy. A government report obtained by CBS News makes no claim that Preddy had a gun, and that contradicts earlier statements from Homeland Security. It also shows 2 federal agents fired their weapons during the fatal shooting. His death is fueling bipartisan calls for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to be held accountable as the investigation continues. And a Minnesota congresswoman is doing okay this morning after being attacked. Representative Ilhan Omar was sprayed with an unknown substance. You see the scary scene unfold right there as she spoke out about ICE operations during a town hall in Minneapolis. She helped chase down the suspect before police made an arrest. Then Omar continued at the event, declining medical treatment, saying that's what they want us to do, is run away. From a former Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, he has pardoned a former Fairfax County police officer convicted in a deadly shooting. Wesley Shiflett was found guilty of reckless firearm use and the death of an alleged shoplifter at Tyson's Corner Center back in 2023. Youngkin says the use of force was lawful and consistent with police training. President Donald Trump speaking today at a summit on his so-called Trump accounts. The new federally backed investment program would provide eligible children a $1,000 payment towards a treasury contribution at birth. Then parents and employers can add more to the existing account. He will speak live this morning at 11 a.m. from the Mellon Auditorium. And finally, former D.C. Councilmember Jack Evans announces that he will run against Phil Mendelson for D.C. Council chair. Evans resigned from the D.C. Council back in 2020 over ethics concerns. Evans says that the chair's responsibility is to run the D.C. Council, not to manage day-to-day agency operations. And that is what we are tracking for you at 5:30. I'll send it back to you at the desk.
All right, Allison, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
All right, the time is 5:32. It is Wednesday morning, and our winter impact alert coverage, continues. We are here alongside you every step of the way here, and we also are sick of the snow at this point.
I know, we're sitting here chatting about this,
Right.
our experience in the snow. It's been rough.
Getting stuck and
Do I
not being
need
able
to
to get
duck
out.
then as I talk about maybe
Yes,
worse?
you just get out of here.
You know what, I gotta tell you, real quick, I just want to mention I finally had a plow come through my neighborhood last night. That's what the neighborhood did, and then the plow got stuck.
Yes.
Yes, and so that is how rough the side streets. You've been watching them really closely.
Yeah, it's been really rough. I'm still waiting for the plow. Maybe one day we will dig out. I'm kind of just, I think now, waiting for the snow to melt, to be honest, next week if we get those temperatures.
Yeah,
to be high.
But the problem is going to be it's going to be really cold, and the stuff that's still on the ground may get even worse, harder to get up.
Well, not just that, we're going to get into the melting and refreezing cycle next week. So I know you're looking forward
Okay, you need to go.
Off I go.
There we go.
Usher me out. I'm clearly not getting a cookie this morning from my forecast. 17 degrees in D.C. right now. 12 now in Leesburg. You've dropped a bit since we started our show. It is also 13 in Columbia and 12 in Gaithersburg. 17 degrees in Manassas as well. With the wind chill, it feels like 4 degrees in D.C. It feels like 1 at Andrews, and it feels like 4 in Manassas as well. Frederick feeling like 11 as you step outside. For these wind chills, and they could get even lower this morning, the National Weather Service has issued a cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning. Now we're going to see sunshine to start and clouds to finish. Even a few flurries are possible today. By 10 a.m. it's 18 degrees, still feels like 7. And by 2 o'clock, 25 still feels like 17. At that point, we are mostly cloudy, and you can see just a hit or miss flurry popping up. You're not going to get any accumulation out of this, but but you might see it falling from the sky. This is at 1:30. We can see it just outside the Fairfax area by 3 p.m., potentially around D.C. and Montgomery. And then this is at about 7:30 p.m. Hit or miss flurry potentially around the Leonardtown area. Again, no accumulation out of that. The next 5 days, we continue to get the cold weather. 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, 19 Saturday, and 26 degrees Sunday. Now, we are watching this low pressure system, and where it's going to develop will determine if we see snow or not. Right now, we don't have a consensus. A lot of the models keep this just too far south and east away from us. However, we do have some pointing to at least getting brushed by this system. So I would say if you're in southern Maryland, Charles, St. Mary's County, I would say get ready for snow there. Area wide, not sold on that solution just yet, but I am going to continue to watch it. I actually have some new data coming in, and we will continue to analyze it. And if need be, I'll be able to update throughout the shows this morning as well as that new data comes in. Terry, I'm hoping that we can still be friends even with my forecast.
No. I'm breaking up with you, Miri. This is over. This relationship is over, especially if we get snow this weekend.
I know. Sorry.
Painful to even hear the possibility. Our roads are actually busier this morning, so it does appear more people are heading out today, braving them. I am seeing a crash out here. This is 395 northbound, and you can see some of those delays starting to build in that northbound direction. This is right near Quaker Lane. That's where we're seeing that heavy traffic this morning at 5:36. So again, 395 northbound at Quaker Lane, a right lane here is blocked. You can see those flashing lights out there. It does appear some of the emergency vehicles that were out there took off, but it is still out there. Also seeing some southbound delays in this area as well. There's also reports of a crash right now north of the Little River Turnpike on the inner loop. The right side here is blocked, and take a look at these heavy delays. I mean, we haven't seen these since before this winter storm last weekend, so we are starting to see more cars on the roadways. It is something to keep in mind as you head out, especially with all that snow still out there, guys.
Some of that traffic buildup, right? All right, Terry, thank you. If you live in D.C., time is up to clear your sidewalk. Property owners are required to clear snow and ice or risk a warning or a fine. D.C.'s Department of Public Works says they have started to issue those fines.
Meanwhile, the roads are still a work in progress, but DPW has gotten to most of the main roads, and many of the side roads were tackled on Tuesday. Our Marcella Robertson joins us now live from the Weather Commander, checking the conditions this morning. Marcella, how are things where you are?
Good morning. Yeah, we are in DuPont right now, and as you mentioned, the main roads, they are in really great shape. Although I do want to mention, even, we were heading down Massachusetts this morning, and because there's so much snow that's been moved and pushed to the side, some of those main roads, even though they look great, you're only down to about one lane. So just keep that in mind. And even, in fact, driving around downtown this morning, you saw that we thought it was a one-way, but it's actually, you're down to one lane. So just keep that in mind as you're making your way through D.C. this morning. I want to give you a look at what we're looking at here. A lot of the main roads in good shape. Side roads, many of them have been tackled, but just the ice is still there. And this is along Q Street right now. You can see there's still just so much work to be done. A lot of the cars, you can tell, really just have not moved since this weekend. You can actually track right now where those DC snowplows are in the district using the live tracker. You can even zoom in on each individual street to see how many hours it's been since an exact street was last serviced. But some people have been saying that they don't find it to be very accurate. But you can see here, some streets just are really not in great shape, and a lot of the cars still stuck here. As you mentioned, still a lot of work left to be done, especially on the sidewalk enforcement. That started Monday for businesses, and DC law actually says that it starts 8 hours after a snowstorm ends. But the focus right now, mainly on businesses, it's their responsibility, even though some of them are closed, to make sure that those sidewalks are clear for people to walk through. Take a listen.
If anyone wants to walk the sidewalk, they're going to slide and hurt themselves. This is just a sheet of ice, as you can see.
Now, commercial properties face a $150 fine if those sidewalks are not clear. DC residents face a fine of $25, but officials tell us that they haven't started the enforcement for residents just yet, giving them a little bit of grace, some extra time to get to all that snow and ice, which we know has just been so difficult to break through. If you aren't able to shovel the snow yourself, there is help out there through the Snow Heroes program that applies to DC residents 60 and older. Anyone with a disability, you can request sidewalk snow removal by call calling 311. You can sign up online too. And so far, those volunteers, they have hit more than 100 walkways for people. So definitely we appreciate all the work that they're doing. But one more quick look here in DuPont Circle, where you can see some of the side streets just still in really bad shape, just ice covered. And again, many of those cars really have not moved since this weekend. Back to you guys.
All right, Marcella Robinson, thank you very much for the update. Let's turn now to Prince George's County, where last night's residents made their voices heard when it comes to messy road conditions and the impacts it's having on everyday life in the county.
County Executive Aisha Braveboy turned out to a virtual town hall last night where hundreds of people chimed in, and we've been tracking road conditions there for you all morning in Prince George's County. Wanted to give you a live look from our weather explorer. Again, you can kind of get a feel for those side streets we've been talking about, so you can see that a path has been cleared. This actually looks better.
It looks really good compared to what we've been seeing. Yes.
Correct. The icy conditions are still there. And so, I mean, we're just in a patience game at this point, which feels painful to say because it's been so many days after the storm.
Right. You'll notice right here, Simone, we were talking about this morning before we came on air. Notice how the driveways in this video or this live shot, most of them have been cleared because what happens is those plows come down the street and they push the snow into driveways, and that causes problems. You talked about how you have to figure out how you're going to get into your driveway because your driveway is blocked.
It's so frustrating to go from I can't get anywhere to now how do I get out of my driveway, but I'm glad the road is plowed. We're suffering alongside with you through this little obstacle course we found ourselves in. So.
All right. Also keep in mind, we'll have live cameras all across the DMV all morning long. You can watch our live coverage, our live weather coverage, plus follow our teams live there in the corner of your screen. Meanwhile, those icy roads are part of the reason that Prince George's County Public Schools are closed through at least Thursday. There's a meal distribution that's happening today for families who rely on school meals. You can visit one of the 5 schools on your screen to pick up meals. This is this morning between 11 and 1 p.m. We also have that information on our website, WUSA9.com. Other weather closures are scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
Turning now to a really sad update in Virginia. Sad to bring you this story. A little boy has died after falling into a frozen lake. This happened Monday near central Virginia in Henrico County. Police say firefighters were able to pull the child from the water. They did begin CPR, but sadly, he died at the hospital.
The big thing is that right now, since we've had all this snow on here, we don't know how thick this ice is. So you got to really be careful. That sun, when it starts to come in, may melt it in some spots. There may be a current through the middle of it. So that ice is thinner out there than at the shoreline.
First responders across Virginia are warning families to please stay away from frozen ponds and lakes, especially as those temperatures begin to fluctuate, which can make it very unsafe. We have got you covered through all of this winter weather, and you can track updates on our free WUSA9 app. Just scan the QR code on your screen for a link to the download. Then you can stay connected as we track these seriously cold temperatures. We are your partner through this winter storm, and we have got you. We will keep you updated on any new developments.
All right, 5:42 is the time right now. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the deadly mid-air collision between a commercial jet and an Army helicopter over the Potomac.
In commemoration of the deadly crash, the Ashburn Ice House has honored the skaters killed in the tragedy with a new sculpture. Another sculpture will be placed at MedStar Capital's Iceplex. Those are the 2 ranks where the skaters who died in this crash spent much of their time. Yesterday, we spoke with fellow skaters about how they're trying to keep their memories alive.
I think of them all the time because it's just hard to believe that they won't be here. They won't be on the ice practicing their jumps, spins. Everly, she said, turn the nerves into energy. So I always think of that before I go to competitions.
All right, taking a live look at Reagan National Airport right now. There are special ceremonies happening today and tomorrow to commemorate this tragedy. We'll bring you live coverage this evening, streaming on WUSA9 Plus at 6:30.
All right, at 5:43, straight ahead on WUSA 9 News. If you are filing taxes this year, you could be in for a bigger refund due to President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Coming up in Where's the Money, the new tax credits and deductions you'll want to know about, plus how to make the most of this tax season.
And we are looking at the weekend. Could see another system develop that could brush by and give some areas around the region some snow once again. We're fine-tuning this forecast. Coming up, we'll break it down.
Every morning on WUSA 9, we are asking where's the money because we know life is getting more expensive. That's why we're always looking for ways to help you save. Right now, tax season is underway, and President Trump's big, beautiful bill is already affecting 2025 returns.
Now, many taxpayers could see larger refunds thanks to new deductions. This year, there's an increase in child tax credits up from $2,000 to $2,200 per child. There's also new benefits for seniors, homeowners, and workers earning tips or overtime.
And because the IRS did not update withholding tables for 2025, paychecks may not reflect these changes. That means many filers could see bigger refunds when they file. Experts say individual results, they'll vary based on income, dependents, and your state of residence. You are advised to review the W-4 and withholding for 2026 to make sure future paychecks match the new law. Definitely just a lot to break down with this one.
All right, we've got more money-saving tips on our website, WUSA9.com, or just text the word money to the number on your screen, 202-895-5599. We'll text you back with a link to a special section of our website dedicated to saving you money.
This WUSA 9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Once again, we are watching for very cold temperatures this morning. Wind chills could be at sub-zero levels, meaning it could feel like we are below zero at times this morning. And what's new, we've got some stray flurries in the forecast today. And what's next, still tracking a chance for snow, especially south of D.C. this weekend with another disturbance brewing off the coast. We have temperatures down to 16 in Silver Spring and 12 degrees in Leesburg. Outside with the wind, it feels like 4 degrees in D.C. and it feels like 4 degrees in Manassas. A cold weather advisory is in place until early this morning at 11 a.m. and then we'll have another one coming tonight. So 10 o'clock today, it's 18 degrees but feels like 7. By noon, it's 23 but feels like 14. And by 2 p.m., it's 25 but feels like 17 degrees. And you are noticing some clouds at that point because we do have more clouds coming in. And as I mentioned, those flurries. Now, these are going to be very spotty, very hit or miss. About 90% of us will not see a flurry today, but that possibility is there. So I can't take it off the table. No accumulation out of it, but you could see it from time to time. This is at 3 o'clock. Could see a few around D.C., around Montgomery County, and even up through Fairfax. And this is at about 7:30 in the evening. Could see a few around the Leonardtown area before our chance for flurries begins to dwindle. But our cold chance, oh, that's sticking around. 23 for your Thursday, 21 Friday, and right around 19 on Saturday, 26 degrees the high on Sunday. Now, with plenty of cold air in place, we are watching for a disturbance to form to the south of us and then really take shape off the coast. Most of the modeling keeps this just too far south and east away from us, but some keep it just close enough to brush us in areas such as Ocean City, the Eastern Shore, southern Maryland, and perhaps even into Charles St. Mary's County and southern Prince George's County for your late Saturday night into Sunday. So let's look at the modeling on both. The European model showing just a few snowflakes. This is Saturday at 4:30 p.m. You can see those snow showers pushing toward La Plata, Cambridge, Easton, southern Prince George's County, even up through the Stafford area. Notice how north and west you're not seeing much of anything. So with this scenario, all of us would not get any flakes. This is at Saturday at 11 p.m. Still, most of that is south and east, and then by early Sunday morning, this pushes out. On the GFS has changed course just a smidge. It has backed the system a little closer to us, having that low essentially hugging the coast around us, and that would give us some more snow showers in other areas, not just south and east, but mainly there. But Leonardtown for sure, up through southern Prince George's County could see some of these snow showers as well. So if you're south and east of D.C., as of right now, I would prepare to get at least another dusting or so of snow on Saturday. We're still fine-tuning it because, as I mentioned, a lot of the models are pushing this out to the east, a little too far away from us to do us much good. But 26 degrees Sunday, 32 Monday, and 35 by Tuesday.
WUSA 9 Traffic Impact is sponsored by 3-Day Blinds.
Some good news if you're heading from Virginia into D.C. on 395. That crash I was telling you about, it has cleared. Still seeing some of that heavy volume out there, though. But the good news is you will not be delayed by this crash any longer. Unfortunately, the one in Virginia on the little north of the Little River Turnpike on the inner loop, well, we're still seeing some very heavy delays here. If you drop the graphic, yeah, you can see here that inner loop moving very slowly, and take a look at all of that red out there this morning. So if you are heading out in this direction of the inner loop of the Beltway near the Little River Turnpike, just give yourself a couple of extra minutes. It's out there. It is slowing things down. Also in Maryland this morning, a crash just popped up on Indian Head Highway northbound. This is near Swan Creek Road. Take a look at all that red there. You'll be sitting in it this morning if this is part of your morning commute. Allison.
Okay, let me get you cheered up after that. Thanks, Terry. We have much more ahead on WUSA 9 News at 5:30. Coming up, we're going to show you how the helping hands making a big difference in our area, specifically in this shot in Southeast DC amid this winter storm. We're back and we're getting uplifted in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Well, as we all just try to dig out and survive this latest blast of winter weather, thanks Mother Nature, I'm getting uplifted by a band of helpful warriors who brave the conditions shovel in hand to help others dig out. I'm talking about DC's snow heroes, hard at work helping others in this storm. We spotted a few of them shoveling. This is in Southeast DC yesterday afternoon. So far, volunteers, I think that Marcella mentioned it too, volunteers in this program have cleared more than 100 driveways and sidewalks for senior citizens and others with disabilities.
I'm inspired from my grandmother that I lost, during COVID. My grandmother was a government DC worker for 41 years at St. Elizabeth before she passed. And I always think about her, I think about her friends, and I think about my elders in the community.
Yep, not hard. If you do that, you remember who you're doing it for. DC is always looking for more volunteers, just like my man Rodney right there. And as we've shown you, there is plenty of shoveling to be done. Hey, are you interested in being a snow hero? You can volunteer for the program. It's on the city's website.
Boy, his grandma would be so proud of him. I just wanted to say that. And then what this means to, now that we know it's like shoveling concrete, what this means that neighbors are stepping up right now.
Yeah, and again, snow is not new in this area, but the need is always there. Yeah. Every time a storm comes through or snow comes through or bad weather, the need is always there to help people who are less fortunate in this situation, older people who can't get out, because this This is not, it looks like it's fun and easy, but it's really a lot of work. Physically, it's a lot of work.
That does not look fun nor easy. But I'm just so happy that they're, you know, I think of my own parents, of course, district residents. They've gone on now, but if they had to get to appointments, you know, mobility to get them down that driveway there would have been a disaster. So thank you, Snow Heroes.
We're proud of you.
And we have much more ahead on WUSA 9 at 6 a.m.
Coming up, the Brendan Banfield murder trial is expected to resume today, and we'll have live coverage in the courtroom when Banfield is expected to take the stand in his own defense this week. We're back after the break. Stick with us.
Hey, morning, morning. You said 1 minute, yeah.
What's happening? How you doing?
Hi. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
WUSA 9 News at 6 starts now.
WUSA 9 at 6 a.m. begins with day 4 of our weather impact alert. We are waking up to another round of brutally cold conditions and a cold weather advisory this morning.
That bitter cold is making snow removal even tougher, with much of it now turned into solid ice. Now, once again, we have crews driving around monitoring road conditions and seeing where cleanup efforts stand at this point.
And with the frigid temperatures, WSSC Water is asking customers in Montgomery and Prince George's counties to please limit their water use until further notice. This as the snow and ice buildup is making water main leaks and breaks hard to spot and hard to repair.
Meanwhile, it's another snow day for many students in our area. These are just some of the school systems impacted right now. We have the full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen and on our website.
And as we wait for those conditions to improve, we are here with you every single step of the way. Good to be with you this morning. I'm Simone D'Alba.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. We begin our team coverage this morning with meteorologist Mary Marshall. Good morning, Mary. Another cold, frigid day in the DMV.
Yeah, that's why we've extended this weather impact alert for this cold. We've got essentially the entire area under a cold weather advisory, not something that the National Weather Service issues very often for our area. They've consistently done it every day. In fact, they've decided to do another one for tonight into tomorrow morning for the same pesky, frigid temperatures. 16 degrees in D.C. right now. We're at 11 in Gaithersburg and 13 degrees in Darnestown. Now add just a little bit of wind to it, and it feels like 4 degrees in D.C., feeling like 2 in Andrews, feels like 8 degrees in Culpeper right now. We're up to 21 at 11 a.m., but it's still going to feel like 11 degrees. And by 3 p.m., 26 degrees, feels like 17 degrees. Now today we could see a few stray flurries pop up. Everyone's not going to see them. This is at 1:30. They'll be very hit or miss, but you may notice them falling from the sky. This is at 3 o'clock. No accumulation with this, just flurries popping up across the area. This is at 7:30. You can see them around the Leonardtown area. And we continue to watch those temperatures drop. 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, 19 Saturday, and 26 Sunday. But this weekend, we're also watching, Terry, for the potential for some areas to even pick up on a few more flakes of snow. It's especially going to be south and east of D.C. I'm going to dive into that coming up. But I know you're busy with the roads with so much snow still out there.
Yeah, we just got to blow that snow out of here. We don't want it at all. Yeah, 2 crashes on the Beltway right now, one in Virginia and one in Maryland. This one is right near the Little River Turnpike, and it really is causing some heavy delays. More people heading out on the roads this morning, so take a look at those backups. Again, this is the inner loop, the Little River Turnpike. A right side here is blocked, and look at that red out there. Also, this just popped up moments ago, and I am starting to see delays build. This is in Prince George's County, outer loop at Landover Road. You are seeing delays build there as well this morning. Give yourself some extra time and use caution as always.
All right, Terry, thank you. At 6:02, the roads continue to cause problems for our neighbors all across the DMV. And in Prince George's County, look, some people are really getting frustrated.
Our Lionel Donovan is riding around in the Weather Explorer with a look at the conditions there. And Lionel, good morning to you. Any chances there's any improvements at this point?
Good morning. Well, as far as improvements, it really depends on where you are in the county at any point in time. In the past hour, we were in Clinton. Now we're in Brandywine, and the same situation seems to be holding up, right? Like the main roads, like for example, we just got off of Floral Park Road, and that road seemed to be pretty clear. A lot of the snow was moved off. It was very accessible, but the issue again is the side streets or neighborhoods. Like those roads seem to be the most problematic right now. Right now, I want to show you, we drove off of Floral Park Road, drove onto Old Liberty Lane, and now we're on Chatham Park Drive. And as you can see here, there's still a lot of snow on the roads, and that snow has been compacted, and now it's just ice. As you can see, the camera's been wobbling quite a bit, is because the road now is so uneven because of all of the ice that's on the road right now. And the few people that we've seen try to use this road have been driving very, very slowly, very, very carefully, because it is very slick right now, because all of the snow that's been left here on the road has just been compacted, and it's really, really dense. And so getting through this is going to be very, very challenging. Now, we've had quite a few residents reach out to us to talk about, had a bit of a slip there, but all right, we're back on track. But yes, last night, a lot of residents reached out to the county talking about some of the issues that they've had with their roads in their neighborhoods, saying that something needs to be done, because at this point, although the main roads are clear, many residents can't get to those roads because the roads in their neighborhood are basically snowed in.
My street is a sheet of ice. It's 2 feet of ice. I paid someone to come do my driveway. Luckily for me, I have a very large Range Rover, so I can get over that ice. But my other neighbors, who are actually older than me, cannot get out. My cross street hasn't even been done.
So as you see right there, residents sharing their stories, having the same concerns about the roads for day 4 at this point. They have been tracking a lot of the conditions of the roads on the county's website, but it looks like just being on the ground here, still a lot of work to be done. Back to you.
Simply put, right? Still a lot of work to do. Lionel, thank you. Meanwhile, I wanted to give you a live look at the road conditions in Northwest DC. This is as you approach kind of, a main thoroughfare here. You can see those are cleared, but just look off to the side. And part of the issue with this storm, right, is that the experience varies drastically street to street.
Right,
so your experience may not be my experience and vice versa.
Right, and you see some of the snow that's on the side of the roads, and we talked about this as well. When you go down some of these streets, normally a 2-lane street, but because of the snow and the cars that are parked there, it shrinks down to 1 lane, which is causing some problems as well. All right, we're going to have another check on the road conditions that's coming up in about 30 minutes.
At 6:06, Metro is slowly returning to normal service after this weekend's snow, though some schedule adjustments do remain. So heads up here. Rail service resumed an hour ago at 5 a.m., but trains are only running every 10 to 20 minutes. As for Metro buses, officials say about 60 routes are operating on a normal schedule. Meanwhile, Metro Access is running all trips.
And we're still seeing plenty of flight cancellations and delays as we take a live look at Reagan National right now. I just checked FlightAware for our regional airports moments ago. Reagan is once again seeing the most impact with 125 cancellations and 32 delays. At Dulles, there is 1 cancellation and 15 delays. And at BWI, there are 4 cancellations and 18 delays. Our app is your one-stop source for forecast updates, closings, and road conditions. Just scan that QR code on your screen right now and download it. Then turn on notifications so you'll get alerts as soon as the updates come into our newsroom.
At 6:07, tomorrow is a heavy day in the DMV. It marks 1 year since the deadly midair collision near Reagan National Airport. 67 people were killed when an American Airlines jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter.
And now we have the final findings from that investigation. Allison Seymour has been going through them, and she joins us now with what the latest details are. Good morning, Allison.
Good morning, and there is a lot to unpack from the National Transportation Safety Board report, including the probable cause and also recommendations to prevent a similar tragedy. So let's start with the cause now. The NTSB is putting much of the blame on the FAA, faulting the agency for allowing a helicopter route near the runway. It also noted the helicopter was flying too high at the time of the crash. The NTSB also said that air traffic controllers relied on visual tracking under heavy workloads. Overnight, we got a response from the FAA regarding this report, and in a statement, a spokesperson tells WUSA 9, quote, "Following the DCA tragedy, the FAA immediately acted to improve safety. We reduced the DCA hourly arrival rate. We restricted helicopter traffic in the surrounding airspace." Adding, quote, "The FAA also moved quickly to bolster the DCA tower staffing." Now, when it comes to safety recommendations, the report calls for retraining controllers, reviewing helicopter routes, and updating aircraft detection systems. Now, at the heart of this tragedy, of course, are the victims. And tonight, a memorial will honor the 67 lives lost. It will be at Constitution Hall on D Street in Northwest D.C. It starts at 6:30, and Simone and Wisdom, we will be there to hear from those in attendance with reaction.
All right, Allison, thank you very much for the update. And tomorrow night, we will air a special marking the 1 year of the DCA air disaster and its impact. We hope you'll join us streaming on WUSA 9 Plus at 6:30 p.m. We'll be right back.
At 6:12, let's get you up to speed on this Wednesday morning. We're getting new details about the deadly Minneapolis shooting involving Alex Preddy. A Department of Homeland Security report to Congress says 2 federal officers fired their weapons during the encounter that killed him. We'll have more on that report coming up at 6:30.
6:12 is the time right now. The Au Pair Affair murder trial will continue in just a few hours. The Brendan Banfield trial was paused when snow closed the Fairfax County Courthouse, but court reopens today. Banfield is expected to take the stand this week. Proceedings begin at 10 a.m. with live coverage on WUSA 9+.
Redistricting in Virginia just hit a roadblock. A judge ruled the proposed constitutional amendment is unconstitutional. The judge said that type of proposal must be passed and published at least 3 months before a general election. Lawmakers advanced the resolution in October, just days before statewide races. We'll have more news, weather, and traffic still ahead.
.15 is the time right now. Here's a live look at the streets in Upper Marlboro in Prince George's County right now. And again, this is the main road. So the main roads appear to be in good condition. As you can see, people are moving along. But the big problem, the big issue that people are talking about is what is going on those side streets. You really have to watch those. We're going to check back in because we've seen that a lot of those roads on the side streets have not been cleared enough to where people can get out.
This looks really good. I've got it. Well, you can see parts of it, but for the most part, this main road is looking decent. You can see the spots of ice Wisdom was referencing. So just take it easy out there. It's
very careful. Very careful. All right, 6:16 is the time right now. While crews work to clear streets and sidewalks, there's another major cleanup mission that's underway. We're talking about breaking through the ice on the Potomac.
WUSA 9 got a rare look from inside a DC fireboat as crews carry out that critical work. Photojournalist James Hash shows us what it takes to keep the waterway open for emergencies.
doesn't get very cold here for very long, right? So we're not dealing with ice for a month straight or anything like that. So this ice will be around for another 2-3 weeks. Right now it's about 3 inches thick out there. It's a lot easier to break 3 inches of ice than when it gets built up to 6 or 9. What we did was just open a channel, clear a path for the smaller boats that are faster and carry all the rescue personnel. It can serve as a mobile command post, capable of 7,500 gallons a minute fire pumps. We could just pull up to the shore. The fire trucks can hand us a bunch of big hoses and we'll pump them all. It's like a firehouse, but instead of fire engines, we just have boats. We're responsible from the Wilson Bridge all the way up to Little Falls. An emergency can occur at any time. There's all sorts of things that can happen. Cars off the riverbank, cars off of bridges. So it's important to be able to get to those incidents in the ice.
WUSA 9 Weather Impact is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
What's happening right now? Another cold weather advisory for our area. Wind chills this morning could be sub-zero once again, and throughout the afternoon it's going to feel like we are in the teens. What's new? We could see a stray flurry pop up today. Very hit or miss. Most of us won't see anything at all. Then snow, especially south of D.C. this weekend. I'm going to highlight the areas that will have the best chance for seeing that. But that cold weather advisory issued again by the National Weather Service, covering essentially the entire region, and they've issued another one for tonight. So we're going to be under this one until 11. Then it'll start again at about 7 o'clock this evening, going until 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. 16 degrees in D.C. right now. It is 15 in Silver Spring and 15 at Dulles. Dropped to 11 in Leesburg so far this morning. Now add a little bit of wind to it and it feels even colder. It feels like 4 degrees in D.C. It feels like 8 in Culpeper. It feels like 2 degrees at Andrews this morning. Throughout the day, we start off with some sunshine. 9 a.m. it's 16 degrees, but feels like 6. By 1 o'clock, partly cloudy, 25, feeling like 16 degrees with winds at just 8 miles per hour. And then later on this afternoon, you notice mostly cloudy skies by 3 o'clock with temperatures around 26 degrees. Here are those hit or miss flurries. I had to look very hard to find them. They're very spotty. This is at 1:30 in the afternoon. Could even see a few flakes flying around 3 o'clock around D.C. And then this is at about 7:30. Hit or miss flurries popping up perhaps around the Leonardtown area before we see this system pass by. But the cold, that's not passing us by at all. We're going to be deep in the cold for the next few days. 23 for your Thursday, 21 Friday. We're at 19 degrees on Saturday. It's now looking like Saturday will be the coldest day of the week, and then 26 degrees on Sunday. Now all eyes on the weekend. We have ample cold air in place, and yet another disturbance trying to form just off the coast. This is very common. You've got that relatively warmer ocean water, the colder air over the land masses, and those two air masses are colliding, right? And you have an instability in the atmosphere, and so when that happens, you get that low pressure to form as these two air masses sort of duke it out, and that's how you get these systems to form off the coast. So this is Saturday morning, 9 a.m. or so. We could see this system form. Most of the modeling keeps this too far south and east to really give us any snow, but I will say I think over Ocean City, over southern Maryland, even southern Prince George's County, Charles St. Mary's, I think you all have a better chance for picking up on some more flakes this weekend. Here's a look at Futurecast, just showing at about 10:45 Saturday morning with that system close by. On the back edge of it, could see some light flurries and light snow. This is at 4:30 on Saturday. You're noticing how most of this is south and east of the D.C. area. Even the southern edge where the D.C. and Prince George's County border meet, you could see a few flakes and flurries there. This is Saturday night at 11 p.m. and from there it begins to fizzle out. With this system under that scenario, we wouldn't see very much in terms of accumulation, perhaps a dusting or a tad more, and then that would be it. But that's not the only solution, so we will continue to watch out for it. 7-day forecast, 23 for your Thursday, 21 Friday, 26 on Sunday.
WUSA 9 Traffic Impact is sponsored by 3-Day Blinds.
All right, we're starting to see some clearing up of that crash on the Beltway near the Little River Turnpike. It is still out there. It is still causing some delays, but as you can see, it is wrapping up. There's still a road ranger out there, and one lane is sort of blocked, but the delays that we saw, very heavy delays, are lifting a bit, so that is some good news. But I will tell you, I am seeing more crashes than I've seen in several days pop up because of more people heading out on our roadway. So there's also a crash right now in Maryland on the outer loop at Landover Road. You can see some of those delays starting to build here. And also take a look at this. I said yikes when I saw this. There's a crash on the BW Parkway southbound at Maryland State Road 197. Expect very heavy traffic out there this morning. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break. At 6:24, a new name is emerging to run the Commanders' defense. As we told you, the team is finalizing a deal to hire Prince George's County native Durante Jones.
Now, most recently, Jones was with the Minnesota Vikings, coaching their defensive backs and running the passing game. He was a passing game coordinator. His roots run deep in the DMV as a Bishop McNamara grad and former Bowie State coach. We spoke with Locked On Commanders host David Harrison, who says Jones' broad background is a major asset.
This isn't a guy who's coming from just like one system or one style of play. He's played in some very aggressive blitz heavy type of systems. He's also played in some cover 3 systems, which is similar to the type of defense that Dan Quinn and Joe Wood Jr. were running the last couple of years. So he's kind of done the two extremes, and he's done everything in between, and he's done it at the collegiate level, which I think is a little bit unique. He's had stops at Wisconsin.
David Harrison has more insight on the Commanders' offseason moves. You can find his Locked On Commanders podcast right now on WUSA9.com. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you straight to the Commanders section of our website.
Well, so to come, tax season, a surprise could be headed your way.
No, who's more likely to see a bigger refund and why? That's ahead at 6:30.
Yeah. All right.
WUSA 9 News at 6:30 starts now.
Good morning to you. I'm Simone D'Alba.
And I'm Wisdom Martin right now on WUSA 9 at 6:30.
I'm Marcella Robertson, tracking the roads for you this morning in the district. Still a lot of work to be done out there. And how soon you'll have to have that sidewalk shoveled before you could face a fine. We'll have those details coming up.
A new government report is raising questions about the fatal Minneapolis shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy, including whether or not Preddy was still armed when multiple officers opened fire. We'll have the latest developments from overnight.
I think of them all the time because it's just hard to believe that they won't be here.
We are nearing the 1-year mark of the deadly midair collision over the Potomac. Coming up, how the skating community is honoring the victims. Thank you for sticking with us here on WUSA 9. We continue our weather impact alert coverage, tracking icy conditions across the DMV. Right now, we are under a cold weather advisory with frigid temperatures this morning.
Meanwhile, it's another snow day for many students in our area. These are just some of the school systems impacted right now. We have the full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen and on our website, WUSA9.com.
We'll have more on the weather impact in just a moment, but first let's get over to our Allison Seymour bringing us up to speed on some of today's top stories. Allison, good morning to you.
Good morning. At 6:30, there are new details in the Minneapolis shooting of ICU nurse Alex Preddy. A government report obtained by CBS News makes no claim that Preddy had a gun. Now that contradicts earlier statements from Homeland Security. It also shows not one but two federal agents firing their weapons during the fatal shooting. Preddy's death has fueled bipartisan calls for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to be held accountable. And new this hour, we have learned nationwide no Kings and anti-ICE protests are planned for March 28th in response to the unrest in Minneapolis. Meantime, Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar says that she is doing okay this morning after this wild scene played out. She was sprayed by an unknown substance during a town hall in Minneapolis. The man responsible is facing assault charges this morning. Now, Representative Omar says that she, quote, doesn't let bullies win. Former Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin has pardoned a former Fairfax County police officer convicted in a deadly shooting. Wesley Shiflett was found guilty of reckless firearm use in the death of an alleged shoplifter at Tyson's Corner Center back in 2023. Governor Youngkin says the use of force was lawful and consistent with police training. And in just 4.5 hours, President Donald Trump will give an address at a summit for his so-called Trump accounts. The federally backed savings program would provide eligible children with a $1,000 payment at birth, with parents and employers eligible to contribute up to a standardized limit. The president's address is scheduled for 11 this morning. And that's what we're tracking for you at 6:30. I'll send it back to all of you at the desk.
All right, Allison, thank you so much.
All right, the time is 6:32 on this Wednesday morning, and our winter impact alert coverage continues. But look, we share your frustration. We're alongside you as we try to make our way through this storm.
Yeah.
And the roads, really, we know so many of you have experienced one thing, another of you experiencing something different. It's wild, the side streets.
Yeah, and you're still seeing cars get stuck. I mean, it's still happening. I took an Uber to work this morning because my street's not plowed, and my driver was saying it took him an hour to dig his own car out.
Wow. So, yeah, unfortunately, too, we're going to continue to see this intense cold, and even when we get above freezing next week, you're going to go through the freeze and melt cycle.
I got to say this too. Wisdom and I were just talking in the break, and we were saying, how do we break up this ice? And the things we were saying, sledgehammer, crowbar, like what do we do to get through this?
A real shovel to
ice?
hit it
A
like
real
yeah.
shovel, yeah.
Get in there real good because, yeah,
Mhm.
with these temperatures, that ice is absolutely sticking around. 16 in D.C., 16 in College Park. We are well below freezing across the entire area. And you add just a little bit of wind to it, and boy, does that make it feel so much colder. It feels like 4 degrees in D.C. It feels like 2 degrees in Andrews. We are up to 21 degrees by 11 a.m. It still feels like 11. By 1 o'clock, 24 feels like 16. And by 3 p.m., it's mostly cloudy at this point. Could even see a few stray flurries pop up with temperatures right around 26 degrees. Now, everybody's not going to see a flurry. There you can see them hit or miss popping up. About 90% of you will just get the clouds, but those flurries are certainly possible. We don't want you to be caught off guard. This is at 7:30 this evening. We can even see a few of them working their way toward the Leonardtown area before they begin to fizzle out later on tonight. Now, there is going to be another storm system brewing this weekend. Plenty of cold air in place and some low pressure. That could mean more snow for some neighborhoods. Most of the guidance keeps this low so far away that we barely get anything, but some of our southern and eastern areas could pick up on some light snow. So if you're around the Salisbury area, Ocean City, up through Leonardtown, southern Maryland, even Dunkirk, La Plata, southern Prince George's County, and D.C. as it hits the Prince George's County border, could pick up on some light snow between Saturday evening and Saturday night, Terry. This wouldn't be a lot, but you don't want anything on top of what we already have.
I'm going to need some rock climbing gear to get up and down the sidewalks that have been plowed. Those mounds are just piling up, and then imagine more snow. We are starting to see our roads pick up for the first time since this storm. So more people are, in fact, it does appear, heading out today. I've been tracking this crash for you. I told you about this earlier. It's on the inner loop of the Beltway in Virginia, right near the Little River Turnpike. We are seeing some delays out there, but the good news is it does appear to be in that clearing stage. You can still see that road crew out there, though. Something to keep in mind as you head out of the door this morning. Also, there's a crash on the outer loop in Maryland at Landover Road. I'm seeing a bit of a delay here, nothing major though, but where I am seeing very heavy delays, take a look at your screen. This is the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, the BW Parkway southbound at Maryland State Road 197. This is a whole lot of yuck as you head out on your Wednesday. Give yourself some extra time. I know a lot of people take this roadway to head to work this morning, typically. Also, there's a crash right now in Maryland as well, Indian Head Highway northbound near Swan Creek Road. Guys.
All right, Terry, thank you. At 6:35, if you live in D.C., it is time to clear your sidewalk. Property owners are required to clear snow and ice or risk a warning or a fine. D.C.'s Department of Public Works says that they have started to issue those fines to businesses, and residents will follow.
Meantime, some district side roads are still a work in progress as crews struggle to break up that icy buildup. Marcella Robertson joins us now live. She's on U Street, and the weather commander with a live look at the conditions right now. Marcella, good morning. How's it looking on U Street?
Good morning. You know, the main roads really are in great shape. Some of the side roads, the big issue that we're running into is that it almost have turned into a one-way street, essentially, where it's only room for one direction to go through, which the more cars we start getting on the road, it's going to be a bigger problem. So take a look right now. This is S Street here in the U Street corridor. We're at the corner of S and 14th right now. And just to give you a sense, we just drove through that side street, very icy, but then you see 14th Street. You can see the road. It is clear. It's just wet, and cars are going through without any issues. So you can actually track the snowplows in DC right now using the live tracker. You can zoom in on each individual street to see where your street stands, how many hours it's been since your street was last serviced. But as we've seen, some of these cars are just completely blocked in from all of the snow that has just been plowed to the side. Still a lot of work left to be done. You mentioned those sidewalks, especially on those sidewalks. The enforcement for that started Monday for businesses. DC law says that enforcement starts 8 hours after a snowstorm ends, and right now, officials tell us that the businesses are really their main focus. Even though the businesses are closed, owners still have a responsibility to make sure that the sidewalks are clear. Take a listen.
If anyone wants to walk the sidewalk, they're going to slide and hurt themselves. This is just a sheet of ice, as you can see.
Now, commercial properties face a fine of $150, while DC residents face a $25 fine if their sidewalks are not cleared. But officials tell us they haven't started enforcement for residents just yet. They're just giving people some grace. Obviously, this is a mess that we're not really used to with all of this ice on top of this snow. So they're giving some extra time to shovel and get everything in order before they start handing out tickets to DC residents. Also, just keep in mind, if you are not able to shovel the snow yourself, there is help out there through the Snow Heroes program. DC residents 60 and older or those with disabilities, you can request free sidewalk snow removal calling 311, or you can also sign up online. And so far, those volunteers, they've just done amazing work. They have been able to clear at least 100 walkways. So just keep that in mind if you do need that extra help. But just one more look at the roads here. Again, we are on some of these side streets where you can see the intersection of the main street here, cars going through without any issues. Just keep in mind that some of those side streets are just not in the best shape and still are really covered with ice. Guys?
You know, we know so many of you have been stuck at home. You've been inside with the kids for 3 to 4 days. Everyone's going a little stir crazy.
Right.
But if you can give it one more day off the roads,
Yeah, probably
that would be
for the
the
best,
move.
right?
Yeah.
All right.
Marcella, thank you.
6:38 is the time right now. Let's turn to Prince George's County, where last night residents made their voices heard when it comes to messy road conditions and the impacts it's having on everyday life in the county.
County Executive Aisha Braveboy turned out to a virtual town hall last night where hundreds of people were chiming in. And we have been tracking road conditions for you all morning in Prince George's County. This is a live look from our Weather Explorer in Upper Marlboro. And as you can see, the main road, the main stretch, it's narrow, but it's clear, a little bit icy. Again, those sidewalks, if you look directly to your right and left, they're snowpacked. They're socked in.
Yeah, and it goes down, and it can be tricky because the lanes are smaller, as you just mentioned. And also keep in mind, these roads have been, they look okay. See, for example, right there on that side, it's completely still a mess.
Right.
One side of the road could be fine, and the other side could not be so fine. So be careful when you're out there. Don't speed, don't rush. Give yourself plenty of time to get to your destination if you're out and about today, because it's still a little bit treacherous out there.
Highly recommend you got some snow boots on too in case you get stuck, or maybe a little shovel in your car, something to help you out. All right, we've got you covered through all of this winter weather. You can track updates on our free WUSA 9 app. Just scan this QR code on your screen to download it. Then you can stay connected as we track these seriously cold temperatures and the impact on winter storm cleanup.
All right, 6:40 is the time right now. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the deadly mid-air collision between a commercial jet and an Army helicopter over the Potomac.
In commemoration of the deadly crash, the Ashburn Ice House honored the skaters killed in the tragedy with a new sculpture. Another sculpture will be placed at MedStar Capital's Iceplex. Those are the two rinks where the skaters who died in this crash spent much of their time. Yesterday, we spoke with fellow skaters about how they're keeping the memories alive.
I think of them all the time because it's just hard to believe that they won't be here and they won't be on the ice practicing their jumps and spins. Everly, she said, turn the nerves into energy, so I always think of that before I go to competitions.
All right, taking a live look at Reagan National Airport right now. There are special ceremonies happening today and tomorrow to commemorate this tragedy. We'll bring you live coverage this evening, streaming on WUSA 9 Plus at 6:30. We have much more ahead.
Okay, here we go, 3, 2. Waking up to another cold weather advisory with temperatures in the teens and feeling much colder as you step outside. 21 by 11 a.m., 26 by 3 p.m., but it will feel like 17 degrees. And we could see some clouds later this evening with a stray flurry possible. Everyone won't see them, but they are possible anytime after 1 o'clock today. And of course, that cold continues. 23 for your Thursday, 21 Friday, 19 Saturday, with some flakes and flurries flying south of the D.C. area. It's all right. Yep, let's do it. All right, 3, 2. Waking up to another cold weather advisory with temperatures feeling like
area, and that is causing this big old mess for you as you head out of the door. So if you are heading from Virginia into DC and this is your typical route, I would give yourself a couple of extra minutes this morning, guys.
All right, Terry, thank you. At 7:04, look, the roads continue to cause problems for all of our neighbors across the DMV. And in Prince George's County, people are really getting frustrated.
Our Lionel Donovan is riding around in the Weather Explorer with a look at the conditions there. Lionel, we've seen some of what you've been driving around in. Have you found an area that has improved at all, or is it still pretty much status quo?
Right now, Wisdom, it's still pretty status quo right now. And I want to show you this one neighborhood that we found in Upper Marlboro. This right here is Hancock Court, like I said, in Upper Marlboro. And as you can see right here, it doesn't look like this road has been paved at all, according to the county's tracker, which is going around trying to keep people up to date on the roads that have been paved and have been plowed and have not been plowed. This road hasn't been touched within the past 48 hours, according to the county's tracker. But as you can see right here, the snow is very, very high, and it's iced over, and it's actually very hard to actually drive down this street. And we're in an SUV right now. Now keep in mind what we're coming up on here now. This is Hancock Drive, and this is actually supposed to be a 2-lane road. All right, I wanted you all to keep that in mind. This is actually supposed to be a 2-lane road, but there's so much snow on the street that only 1 lane can be used right now. Once you get a look at what we're looking at right now, see that truck right there? That's the only vehicle that can use this street right now, because the other lane is covered with snow. It's on the right side of your screen right there. Now this is what a lot of people in Prince George's County are dealing with right now, and some of them have actually brought their concerns directly to Prince George's County leadership. There was a public meeting yesterday where residents came in and they said that they were not happy with the way the cleanup has been going over the past couple of days. Let's listen to hear what one resident had to say.
We pay too much to be here and to be in this position. It is Tuesday, and I work in the school system, and I'm glad this school is closed, because I wouldn't be able to get there. Understand what I'm saying? We get it. And I can probably get out. I've never had to put my car on ice, but I may have to. And when I say ice, I know what you all know what I'm talking about. This is unacceptable.
Now we're going to be and as you can see right here, just driving down these roads, you can just see how uneven the roads are because of all of the ice that's still on the roads that still have yet to have been plowed and picked up. We're going to continue monitoring these roads throughout Prince George's County, and hopefully we can see some progress, as the morning goes on. But it looks like there's still a lot of work to do on these roads in these neighborhoods. Back to you.
And you're slipping around in an SUV. Lionel, take it easy out there. We thank you for showing us what the roads are looking like. We appreciate it. Stay safe out there, friend. We were talking, it looks like he's off-roading.
Yeah, it does. And to see that those, Lionel, thank you. To see those roads like they are down to 1 lane, because, you have some of them that have been partially plowed, and then the other lane, which makes it a 2-way, completely covered. Now it's down to a 1-way.
So it's
dangerous.
It's really dangerous. That's right. And I wanted to give you a live look here. This is in the Noma area, and you can see again just what Wisdom was talking about. This looks like it has had some treatment, at least a little bit. You can see that main road is still icy, but it's something. And we were talking earlier. My experience last night, the snowplows came through. They got stuck in a side street neighborhood, and then they had to bring in the bulldozers to get some of this ice up. So this is heavy duty conditions and really, really tough conditions we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's hard. Cars trying to dig out, people trying to navigate 1 lane to 2 lane, trying to navigate roads that have not been cleared, trying to navigate roads that at one point were cleared and now they're messy again. It is a lot to take in and a lot to deal with. So we'll have another check on the road conditions. That'll be coming up in about 30 minutes.
All right. At 7:08, Metro is slowly returning to normal service after this weekend's snow, though some schedule adjustments do remain. Heads up here. Rail service is running right now, but the trains are only running every 10 to 20 minutes. Now, as for Metro buses, officials say about 60 routes are operating on a normal schedule. Meanwhile, Metro Access is running all of their trips. And when it comes to cleanup, Metro is using a red-hot approach. Have you seen this? They're using a fire snake to safely warm the rail and melt the surrounding ice. Hey, if it gets us where we're going,
exactly,
I don't have any complaints about what they're doing.
Love the technology. I've never heard of this, so this is cool that we now have knowledge that they can use fire to clear away that snow.
Fireball.
Yeah,
So
all right.
cool.
We're still seeing plenty of flight cancellations or delays as we take a live look at Reagan National right now. I just checked FlightAware for our regional airports moments ago, and Reagan is once again seeing the most impact with 129 cancellations and 14 delays. Dulles, there is 1 cancellation and 10 delays. At BWI, there are 4 cancellations and 12 delays. Now, our app is your one-stop source for forecast updates, closings, and road conditions rather. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now and download it, then turn on notifications so you'll get alerts as soon as the updates come in to our newsroom.
Boy, this is a story so many of you are talking about. A really scary moment for Representative Ilhan Omar. Take a look.
Must resign or face impeachment.
The Minnesota Congresswoman is doing okay after she was attacked while speaking at a town hall meeting in Minneapolis last night. Actually saw her go right back after him. She is okay. Video captured the man spraying an unknown substance at her. Terrifying moments. It happened just seconds after the Democratic Congresswoman called for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to resign and urged the abolishment of ICE. The man has been identified as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmarek, and he was tackled immediately, as you saw, and he was arrested. At 7:10, a government report sent to Congress is shedding new light on the shooting death of ICU nurse Alex Preddy. According to the report, 2 federal agents fired their weapons during Saturday morning's fatal shooting in Minneapolis. It makes no claim Preddy reached for his firearm prior to the shooting, contradicting a Department of Homeland Security statement over the weekend, which said Preddy approached agents with a weapon. Preddy's death has prompted a growing number of lawmakers to call for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to step down. President Trump is standing by Noem, saying that he thinks Noem is doing a good job. His remarks come one day after he reduced Noem's duties and influence over ICE operations. And as tensions escalate in Minneapolis, a 3rd round of No Kings protests is set for March 28th, with organizers promising their biggest demonstrations yet. Previous rallies have drawn millions of people, and organizers say they can expect even greater numbers. Organizers predict that as many as 9 million people will turn out.
The Brendan Banfield murder trial will continue today in about 3 hours. The Brendan Banfield trial was paused when snow closed the Fairfax County Courthouse. Prosecutors say Banfield and his family's au pair came up with an elaborate plan to kill his wife and a man back in 2023. Banfield is expected to take the stand in his own defense this week. Now, court is set to resume at 10. We'll have live coverage streaming here on WUSA 9+. Until then, you can catch up on last week's highlights and on our YouTube channel on WUSA 9+. 7:12 is the time right now. It's a day many of us will not forget. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the deadly midair crash near DCA. 67 people were killed when an American Airlines jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter.
Yesterday, the NTSB announced findings in the investigation into last year's probe for looking for probable cause and recommendations to prevent a similar tragedy. Our Randy Hildreth was there at yesterday's hearing where similar safety recommendations have come up before.
The NTSB is putting a lot of blame on the FAA for last year's deadly mid-air crash at DCA. At Tuesday's hearing on the crash, the board discussed its probable cause findings, including faulting the FAA for putting the helicopter route near the runway. It also noted the helicopter was flying too high at the time of the crash. The NTSB also said air traffic controllers relied on visually tracking aircrafts under high workloads, which they say was dangerous.
Were they set up for failure?
They were not adequately prepared to do the jobs they were assigned to do.
Tuesday's meeting also came with next steps, including dozens of recommendations from the NTSB to the FAA, U.S. Army, and the Department of War, including the FAA retraining controllers on threat and error management, recommending a review of helicopter routes, reassessing DCA's aircraft arrival rate based on the complexity of the airspace, and updating aircraft detection systems for nearby air traffic information.
What level of confidence do I have that the FAA will do them all? They better do them all.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy said this isn't the first time the agency has raised concerns and said the FAA has ignored safety warnings for years.
As somebody who worked on the Hill, I will take every single one of those recommendations in a bill, especially the ones that we've been issuing for years. You know, see and avoid, visual separation.
Oh, this is the last picture of Mikey.
Christina Levy-Stovall was at Tuesday's hearing. Her son Mikey was one of the 67 who died in that crash. Her hope?
Reach out to your local senator or congressman and just say, we want safer skies for all families. We don't want another family to go through what we are.
Randy Hildreth, WUSA 9.
Randy, thank you. Late last night, we got a response from the FAA to today's NTSB report. In a statement, a spokesperson tells WUSA 9, quote, following the DCA tragedy, the FAA immediately acted to improve safety. We reduced the DCA hourly arrival rate and restricted helicopter traffic in the surrounding airspace. We gradually increased the arrival rate after determining that uptick could be handled safely where it remains today. The FAA also moved quickly to bolster the DCA tower staffing. Again, that is a quote from them.
And tomorrow night, we will air a special marking the 1 year of the DCA air disaster and its impact. We hope you'll join us streaming on WUSA 9 Plus at 6:30 p.m. As we head to break right now, a quick check on the roads. This is in Upper Marlboro.
They are still messy, folks, so be patient if you're heading out there. You can see this one is a bit clearer, but the side streets are pretty rough. Meteorologist Miri Marshall is back in just a few minutes with your weather impact alert.
This WUSA 9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
All right, wanted to give you a live look at the streets right now. This is in D.C. near the Capitol, headed toward Union Market. Again, you see beautiful glamour shot here.
Right.
These main roads are clear, so
Yes.
that is the upside. It's the sidewalks you're starting to see. This is actually a decent vantage point,
Right.
and much improved over what we have been seeing the past couple of days in the D.C. area.
Right. This is one of the main roads. The side roads, as we've been talking about ad nauseum for the last, for 2 days, at least 2 days right now, are the issue. These roads may be a little bit slick, but like you said, they're clear.
Right,
This-
and watch
you
the
just got to
ice.
focus and pay attention on the side roads in some other areas. Yeah.
Definitely. All right, we'll get a check on Prince George's County conditions in about 15 minutes.
All right, so while work crews, they continue to clear the streets and the sidewalks, there's another major cleanup mission that's underway. We're talking about breaking through ice on the Potomac.
This is really interesting. WUSA 9 got a rare look from inside of the D.C. Fireboat as crews carry out that critical work. Photojournalist James Hash shows us what it takes to keep the waterways open for emergencies.
This is the John H. Glenn Jr. is a 1962 steel hull harbor tug. She was built for the New York City Fire Department in 1962. They had it in service for, I think, just 10 years, and then they mothballed it, sold it to us for $1 in 1977, placed in service in 1978, and she's been serving ever since. During the Air Florida crash in 1982, this thing was not capable of breaking ice. So the next shipyard period, they retrofitted it and stiffened the hull up and made it capable of breaking ice. It doesn't get very cold here for very long, right? So we're not dealing with ice for a month straight or anything like that. So this ice will be around for another 2-3 weeks. Right now it's about 3 inches thick out there. It's a lot easier to break 3 inches of ice than when it gets built up to 6 or 9. What we did was just open a channel, clear a path for the smaller boats that are faster and carry all the rescue personnel. It can serve as a mobile command post, capable of 7,500 gallons a minute fire pumps. We could just pull up to the shore. The fire trucks can hand us a bunch of big hoses and we'll pump them all. It's like a firehouse, but instead of fire engines, we just have boats. We're responsible from the Wilson Bridge all the way up to Little Falls. An emergency can occur at any time. There's all sorts of things that can happen. Cars off the riverbank, cars off of bridges. So it's important to be able to get to those incidents in the ice.
We are tracking another cold morning in the area. Those wind chill values will feel like we're close to zero, even below it at times. And later today, it will feel like we're roughly around 17 or 18 degrees. Very cold out there once again. We do have a chance for some stray flurries today. And up next, we have a chance for snow in our southern areas this weekend. That's what we're tracking, a cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning. And then another one going into effect at 7 o'clock this evening until 11 tomorrow. 16 degrees is where D.C. bottomed out at this morning. We've even seen temperatures drop as low as 10 degrees in Gaithersburg. So with the wind chill, it feels as cold as 1 degree in some areas, even colder in other spots. So that's why that weather advisory, cold weather advisory is in place. By noon today, partly cloudy, 23, feels like 15 degrees. By 2 o'clock is 25 and feels like 17. At that point, it is cloudy outside and we are watching for those stray flurries. Everyone's not going to see it, but the possibility is there that 1 or 2 neighborhoods could get just a few more flurries to fall. This is at 1:30. We can see them along areas such as in Fairfax. By 3 o'clock, potentially around D.C. and Montgomery counties. And then this is at about 7:30. We can maybe see a few around Leonardtown before we see this chance for flurries fizzle out of the area. We are watching, of course, this weekend as we have ample cold air in place and a low pressure system that's going to develop. What's happening is in the atmosphere, you've got this relatively warmer air over the ocean, and then you've got this much colder air over the land. And those two air masses are sort of colliding and get that low pressure to form kind of right there on the coast at the center of it all. Right now, my thoughts are that we're going to see some flakes and flurries fly in our southernmost areas. Ocean City, again, southern Maryland, those spots will have a better chance. So I've highlighted just a few spots that you're most likely to see that Saturday evening. If you're in the Salisbury area, up through Easton, Dunkirk, if you're in the southern Anne Arundel County area, southern Prince George's, Charles, St. Mary's, even up through parts of Stafford County and even in Fredericksburg, you're more likely to pick up on at least some light flurries out of the system as it passes just to our east. If it keeps dragging over more, you may not even see that. 24 degrees Wednesday, we're at 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, 19 degrees Saturday, and we're at 26 degrees on Sunday. Now I want to show you two of the main models that we've been looking at, but more will begin to weigh in as we get closer to the event. The European model just has this barely brushing us by, kind of flipped its tune a little bit actually, because before it had us getting clobbered, but now just a few flakes and flurries by 4:30. By 11 o'clock Saturday night, this begins to kick out of here and we are done. With that scenario, we'd see very light accumulations, but still it would be more on top of what we already have in those particular areas. So especially around Cambridge, Salisbury, Patuxent River, up through Tappahannock, maybe a dusting a little bit more toward the D.C. and Andrews and La Plata area. But as you can see, not much out of that scenario. The GFS, which at first kept it completely out, is trying to bring a little bit of that snow back into the fold, even starting as early Saturday. But this is Saturday at 8:30. You can still see some of that snow making its way toward Ocean City in southern Maryland, and that's where you would still find some of the more measurable snow falling, perhaps a bit more than what the Euro's going. But for the D.C. metro area, really if you're south and east, again, Saturday night into early Sunday morning, you could see just a few light snow showers pop up in those areas. But mainly south, the southern Maryland area has a better chance. 7-day forecast will go 24 today, again 20 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, and 19 Saturday. We are keeping our weather impact alert extended until Saturday because of the cold. Back up to 32 Monday and 35 by Tuesday.
WUSA 9 Traffic Impact is sponsored by 3-Day Blinds.
All right, unfortunately not great news out of Prince George's County. These are very heavy delays. I know it's a bit tough to see, but all these headlights you see here, these are backups on 95 in the southbound direction. There's a crash out there involving a tractor trailer, and that is causing some extremely heavy delays as you head south. This is very close to Howard County as well. I'm going to show you where on the maps so you know what we're talking about here. All right, so take a look at these delays. You can see Laurel here on your maps, and 95 southbound, just an absolute parking lot in this area of the DMV. So again, this is a tractor trailer crash. It's right near Maryland State Road 198. We know the right side is blocked here, and that is causing this big mess. And it's not the only heavy delays we're seeing this morning. This actually just moved to the shoulder, but this was the inner loop at Little River Turnpike. The right side was blocked earlier. Actually, the crash was at one point in the middle of the roadway. It now has moved off. That's some good news. There's also a work zone at 395 northbound near Buckeye Drive. This is as you head from Virginia into DC. Very slow moving there as well. They're trying to clear all the snow off of the roadway there.
All right, thank you for joining us at 7. We have more news ahead. A year after the deadly midair crash near DCA, the memory of lost skaters' lives, they live on. We're going to tell you how young skaters and coaches are honoring the friends they lost. Our weather impact alert continues also in the next half hour. We'll be right back. Time right now is 7:26. I'm Wisdom Martin. The All-Pair Affair murder trial set to resume in just a few hours. The Brendan Banfield trial was put on pause when snow closed the Fairfax County Courthouse, but court reopens today. Banfield is expected to take the stand this week, and proceedings begin at 10 a.m. Metro is slowly returning to normal service after this weekend's snow. Rail service is currently in service, but trains are only running every 10 to 20 minutes. As for Metro Bus, officials say about 60 routes are operating on normal schedule, and Metro Access is still running all trips. Let's get to meteorologist Mary Marshall right now with our weather impact alert.
I am tracking a very cold morning out there with temperatures right around the 15 or 16 degree mark rather in DC, 12 in Leesburg at this hour. We're up to 23 by noon and 25 by 2 p.m. Cloudy at that point with it feeling like 17 degrees when you factor in the wind. We could see a stray flurry pop up today. Most areas won't see it, but we could see them anytime after about 1 o'clock up until about 8 o'clock or so this evening. And then this weekend, we're watching for another coastal system to form just offshore on the back edge. Our southernmost areas could even pick up on a few more flakes and flurries.
WUSA 9 at 7:30 a.m. streaming live and local right now on WUSA 9+.
Happening right now at 7:30, frustration rising over the state of the roads post-storm. Our team is live in D.C. and Maryland with updates on the conditions.
Plus, tax season is officially here and your refund could get bigger. In today's Where's the Money, why many Americans may see an extra $1,000 and the new tax rates you should know about.
And 1 year after a tragedy in the skies, local skaters honor friends they lost, how their legacy is living on.
Good morning to you. Taking a live look at the Mixing Bowl in Springfield right now. Although the big roads are drivable, the side roads and neighborhoods are causing some frustration this morning. Thank you for streaming with us on WUSA 9 Plus. I'm Wisdom Martin.
And I'm Simone D'Alba. We're not the only ones dealing with snow troubles, by the way. Check out this video. This is from Madrid, Spain. What a scene here. Traffic signs and roads completely covered with snow, bringing the capital to just a bit of a standstill. You see people still trying to get about and all of that. Wild to see, right?
Yeah, it looks like some of their roads are messed up as well.
Yeah,
so
we're in the same boat, right? Let's get to meteorologist Mary Marshall with more on the dangerous cold that we're dealing with, Mary.
Yeah, and that's the big weather story this morning. Some areas have dropped to 10 degrees across Gaithersburg and Leesburg, and it's still 16 degrees in D.C. It feels like 1 degree in the district when you factor in the wind chill, and that's going to be a factor for us throughout the day. At 10 a.m., still partly cloudy, 21 degrees, feels like 9. By noon, it's 23, feels like 15. By 2 o'clock, it's mostly cloudy, 25 degrees, feels like 17. And by 4 p.m., 25 degrees, still feels like 18 degrees. Now, I am looking out for a chance for just a few isolated flurries to pop up today. This is at 1:30 in the afternoon. We can see some perhaps around the Fairfax area. By 3 p.m., around D.C., Montgomery, and Fairfax, and then by about 7:30, could see a few around Leonardtown. Don't expect this to be widespread, but just a few flurries could pop up today with a weak disturbance passing by. The bigger story is this weekend, where we're watching with plenty of cold air in place. Another coastal system is going to form, and as it takes shape on the back edge of it, it could spread some snow into some of our southernmost neighborhoods, and these areas would have the best chance for seeing it. If you're around the Salisbury area, into Ocean City, Leonardtown, southern Anne Arundel County, southern Prince George's County, D.C. right at the edge of that Prince George's County border, even through areas such as Fredericksburg and Ladysmith, you'd have a better chance for seeing at least some light snow for a brief period Saturday night heading into Sunday. Coming up in my next update, we're going to take a look at this a bit more in detail and look at some models that try to bring even a little bit more than that to the area.
No, thank you. We can do without. You are looking, unfortunately, at 95 southbound. This is very tough to see on this camera, but I have to tell you about it because it's out there. So these are the southbound lanes where you can kind of see those lights out there. In fact, I can see an emergency vehicle probably trying to get to this crash scene here. So this, again, is 95 in the southbound direction near Maryland State Road 198. Apparently, there's a tractor trailer crash out there involving several vehicles. And as you can see here, it really is slowing things down past Maryland State Road 216. So this area is Prince George's County, right near Howard County. So if you are heading southbound this morning, or you know someone who is, it is important to tell them about this because that traffic is so heavy this morning. I also want to tell you about this right now. There's a work zone. It was out there last night. It's back out there, 395 northbound as you head over the 14th Street Bridge. Very heavy delays there. They're trying to clear some snow out of the way.
Everyone just trying to get back to normal, Terry, but it's slow and go out there. Thank you. If you live in D.C., the time is up to clear your sidewalk. Property owners are required to clear snow and ice or risk warning or fines. D.C.'s Department of Public Works says they have started to issue those fines.
Meanwhile, the roads are still a work in progress, but DPW, well, this has gotten the most of the main roads, and many of the side roads were tackled on Tuesday. Marcella Robertson joins us now live from the Weather Commander. She is checking the conditions this morning. Marcella, where you are right now, is it any better than it is anywhere else?
Yeah, good morning. Of course, we've been showing you just a lot of the main roads this morning, which are in great shape. What we have been running into is just that there's so much snow that it has turned even some of the main roads into one way in each direction. We've seen a lot of people walking on the streets, which we don't want to see. But I want to give you a sense of what some of those side roads are still looking like. This is in the Union Market area. This one, it looks like it has barely been touched. We've seen Lionel looking like he's been off-roading. This is what that feels like, what we're driving through here right now. Just a ton of ice. These cars just completely blocked in. You can track the DC snowplows in the district using their live tracker. You can actually zoom in on each individual street to see when they were last serviced. But as I mentioned previously, what we've been seeing this morning as people are coming out so many people walking in the streets, the bus stops that are blocked, and that is what officials really want to avoid because obviously that creates a dangerous situation. So sidewalk enforcement that started Monday for businesses. A DC law says that enforcement actually starts 8 hours after a snowstorm ends, but the focus has really just been on businesses right now. Even though many of them are closed, the owners still have a responsibility to make sure that the sidewalks are clear. Take a listen.
If anyone wants to walk the sidewalk, they're going to slide and hurt themselves. This is just a sheet of ice, as you can see.
And commercial properties face a $150 fine. DC residents face a fine of $25, but officials say they're still just giving a little bit of grace period to residents out here, giving people extra time to shovel and get all of that ice out because obviously this is not something that we're used to. If you're not able to shovel the snow yourself, you are able to reach out to help for the DC Snow Heroes program for 60 and older. If you have disabilities, you can reach out to them, and we know they have been shoveling at least about 100 different walkways so far, and they're still hard at work. I want to flip the camera one more time because we were just behind a snow plow here, so now obviously as we're behind this plow here, it is looking a lot better than the street we were just on. So just give them some time, be patient, but it does look like they are working to get to all of those side roads that are still in pretty bad shape this morning.
You know, we were talking about this, Marcella, to see the snowplow make a path, but still there is so much left behind. I had bulldozers in my neighborhood to clear a better path after the snowplow.
Right.
So
it's a massive undertaking. It's going to require a lot of patience and a lot of effort to get this back to normal. Marcella, thank you very much for that report. 7:36 is the time right now. Turning now to Prince George's County. Last night, residents made their voices heard when it comes to messy road conditions and the impacts it's having on everyday life in the county.
You can really feel the frustration, right? County Executive Aisha Braveboy turned out to a virtual town hall last night where hundreds of people were chiming in, and we have been tracking road conditions for you all morning in Prince George's County, giving you a live look here from our weather explorer in Upper Marlboro. And I mean, it looks horrible.
Wow, that road is awful.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that this has been touched yet. Oh, maybe it has been plowed just a bit, but you can just see, despite even the efforts on the plowed roads, it's just brutal conditions. The ice has compacted. It feels like concrete.
Yeah, that's going to be a major problem because as the temperatures continue to be frigid and really cold, it's going to get worse in regards to what's already on the roads. And you see this car right here, so part of that car is out in the road. Probably won't be able to move today. And there are a lot of situations where the plows have come and they push the snow to the side, and normally a two-way street has now turned into a one-way street because there's snow on one side or the other, which is also dangerous.
Well, and we were talking too, like they clear the road, they push the snow over, and then you're stuck in your driveway.
Right.
You can't get out. So it's like a plus and a dang it all at once.
You're glad that the main street is clear. You just got to figure out, as both of us, you more than me, have tried to figure out, now we got to get to the main street by clearing all that mess out of the driveway.
I'm stuck, just like the rest of you guys. I feel you. We empathize, and next year I'm getting a snow blower, just like Wisdom. That's what I'm doing.
If I could haul mine, I'll bring it over and I'll let you use it. All right. 7:38 is the time right now. Meanwhile, those icy roads are part of the reason that Prince George's County Public Schools are closed through at least Thursday. There's a meal distribution happening today for families who rely on school meals. You can visit one of 5 schools on your screen to pick up the meals this morning between 11 and 1 p.m. We also have this information on our website, WUSA9.com. Other weather closures are scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
Well, turning now to a really sad update out of Virginia. A little boy has died after falling into a frozen lake. This happened Monday near central Virginia and Henrico County. Police say firefighters were able to pull the child from the water. They began CPR, but sadly, he died at the hospital.
The big thing is that right now, since we've had all this snow on here, we don't know how thick this ice is. So you got to really be careful. That sun, when it starts to come in, may melt it in some spots. There may be a current through the middle of it. So that ice is thinner out there than at the shoreline.
First responders across Virginia are warning families, please stay away from frozen ponds and lakes, especially as temperatures begin to fluctuate, which can really make ice unsafe. And we have got you covered through all of this winter weather. You can track updates on our free WUSA9 app. Just scan the QR code on your screen for a link to the download, and then you can be connected as we track these seriously cold temperatures and the impact of the winter storm cleanup. Well, every morning on WUSA 9, we are asking where's the money, because we know life is getting more expensive. And that's why we're always looking for ways to help you save. Right now, tax season is underway, and President Trump's big, beautiful bill is already affecting 2025 returns.
Many taxpayers could see larger refunds thanks to new deductions. And this year, there's an increase in child tax credits, up from $2,000 to $2,200 per child. There's also new benefits for seniors, homeowners, and workers earning tips or overtime.
Because the IRS didn't update withholding tables for 2025, paychecks may not reflect these changes. That means many filers could see bigger refunds when they file. Experts say individual results will vary based on income, dependents, and really your state of residence. You're advised to review the W-4 and withholding for 2026 to make sure future paychecks really match that new law.
Yeah. Anytime you start talking about taxes, it is an ordeal.
Right.
A breakdown. You got to look at, how much money you make. Is it both of us? Children versus, tip workers versus non-tip work. I mean, it's a lot.
It's my least favorite game to play. Am I owing? Am I getting? Am I where? Same with you all at home, I'm sure.
Yeah. All right. And if you got a business, that's a whole nother thing. All right. We got more money saving tips on our website, WUSA9.com, or just text the word money to the number on your screen, 202-895-5599. We will text you back with a link to a special section of our website dedicated to saving you money.
Well, Amazon says it is closing all of its Amazon Fresh and Amazon Go stores. Did you hear about this? They have 70 locations nationwide. 10 of them are in Maryland and Virginia. A location in Logan Circle in D.C. has already closed. Amazon says some of the stores will be converted, with plans to open more than 100 new Whole Foods locations over the next few years. So keep an eye on that. That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, they're partners with Whole Foods, and they're going to flip them.
There's one out close to my neighborhood that I've seen. I've never been in it, but I see it all the time when I pass by. So yeah, this is interesting.
It's gonna go.
Yeah. As we mark 1 year since that deadly midair crash near DCA, the Ashburn Ice House is honoring the skaters killed in the DCA collision with a sculpture.
Our John Duran spoke with their coaches and fellow skaters about how they're keeping their memory alive.
Coaches and skaters here at the Ashburn Ice House say this past year, when they've taken the ice, they've thought about those that lost their lives a year ago, and those skaters who can't take the ice anymore.
Should we spin? Spin?
Carrying heavy hearts, these young figure skaters press on.
I want them to remember how beautiful, all the skaters were. They were so good at skating, and they were just really sweet people.
11-year-old Alexis Winch and 12-year-old Claire Bang spent hours on the ice with a handful of the 67 souls lost in last year's midair collision over the Potomac River.
I was in total shock that day. I didn't believe, they woke me up that morning, they were like, oh, you lost some friends last night. I didn't believe them until I saw it on the TV.
The loss stunned those that skated side by side with the victims, and those who spent years teaching them the sport.
I really miss them. I wish they were here, but I feel like every day we're out here, we're celebrating what they did.
We coach all this, like Franco and Everly and Lydia and Brielle. We know these people for years and years. That's why it's very hard loss for us.
Here and at the MedStar Capitals Iceplex, where these skaters spent so much of their time, this piece of artwork will carry on their memory.
The sculpture has two skaters, both reaching to be the best they could be.
They were skaters with Olympic aspirations, just like Winch and Bang, who have even more motivation to reach the world's biggest stage.
I want to win gold for them. I want to skate the best for them. I want to do anything that they couldn't reach to do it for them, so they'll know, oh, she did it for us.
In Ashburn, John Duran, WUSA 9.
We'll have special coverage of the remembrance ceremony for the victims of the DCA air disaster Thursday night at 6:30. We hope you will join us, streaming right here on WUSA 9+.
As we have to break right now, a quick check on the roads. This is the mixing bowl in Springfield as people start to stir this morning.
Get a feel for a look. The roadways look clear, but it is icy out there. Thankfully, not too much traffic just in this neck of the woods, but other parts of the DMV are seeing some congestion, so heads up on that. Meteorologist Mary Marshall is back in just a few minutes. She will have your weather impact alert. Here's a live look at the streets in Upper Marlboro, Prince George's County as we speak. You can see we got the car parked right now. This, I would venture to say, has been plowed. I mean, that's how rough the roads are, quite frankly. You can see some work has been done, but it's still it's brutal out there.
Yeah. Sheet of ice. It looks like a sheet of ice on the road still. And it's what's underneath that snow because of these cold temperatures that's creating problems for a lot of people.
Not melting, not
melting
anywhere.
at all.
That's right. We're in a deep freeze. All right, at 7:47, a new name is emerging to run the Commanders' defense. And as we told you, the team is finalizing a deal to hire Prince George's County native Durante Jones.
Jones joins the Commanders from the Minnesota Vikings, where he coached defensive backs and helped run the passing game defense. He also is a Bishop McNamara graduate and a former Bowie State coach. We spoke with Locked On Commanders host David Harrison, who says Jones' broad background is a major asset.
This isn't a guy who's coming from just like one system or one style of play. He's played in some very aggressive blitz-heavy type of systems. He's also played in some cover 3 systems, which is similar to the type of defense that Dan Quinn and Joey Jr. were running the last couple of years. So he's kind of done the two extremes, and he's done everything in between, and he's done it at the collegiate level, which I think is a little bit unique.
David Harrison has more insight on the Commanders' offseason moves. You can find his Locked On Commanders podcast right now on our website. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you straight to the Commanders section of our website.
All right, we are just a few weeks away from one of the most romantic days of the year. And new this morning, research from Open Table shows Americans are moving past the candlelit couple cliche and celebrating all kinds of connections.
Okay, you do you. More than half of Americans now say Valentine's Day is about friends and family, with Gen Z leading this shift. Galentine's Day dining jumped up more than 30%. Solo reservations are going up, and group dates are becoming more popular. And it's not just what you eat. In fact, how you act matters too. Don't be rude to staff. That's one of the biggest dining red flags, while good manners and tipping score major green points. What do you think?
You know, Valentine's Day, they, according to Capital One, $27.5 billion spent each year on Valentine's Day. So this is a big deal. Yeah. Those tips are pretty good. But to me, as big as my heart is, you know, every day in my household is Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely.
So is that your cute way of saying you don't really celebrate Valentine's Day? He's trying to be coy here. What, yay or nay on Valentine's? Where are we?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, listen.
I don't feel like you needed a day to specifically say, oh, okay, now I'm going to show you how much I appreciate you.
That's fair. We're polar opposite. I love Valentine's Day. I came from a family that really celebrated it big, so I'm down with it. The one thing I did see, 35% of people are celebrating their pets on Valentine's. Okay. So you can do Galentine's, pets, family, friends.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just a fun excuse to just do something that doesn't suck. Right. Do you know what I mean? Like, life is hard right now, so let's have some fun and love on each other.
Absolutely.
All right, Mira, you're going to send it over to you.
This WUSA 9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Waking up to another cold day out there as this Arctic air continues to grip the area. Wind chills out there have been near zero and could even be below that throughout the morning. And by the afternoon, we're going to reach the 20s, but it's going to feel like roughly 17, 18 degrees throughout the day. Now, we could see a few stray flurries today, and I'm still tracking a chance for snow for some parts of the region this weekend. We are under that cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning, and we'll have another one starting tonight into tomorrow morning. So temperatures have dropped to about 16 in D.C. We've seen them get as low as 10 in Gaithersburg, with wind chills right around 1 degree in the D.C. area when you factor in just a little bit of wind. We'll have some sun to start today. 21 degrees at 10 a.m., 25 by 2 o'clock, but it feels like 17. And you're noticing cloudy skies at that point, as we do have some flurries possible coming in. This is at 1:30 today, so anytime between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m., you might see a few stray flurries as those clouds pass over us. This is at 1:30. You can see them perhaps around the Fairfax area and into Alexandria. By 3 p.m., you could see just a few over northern D.C. into Montgomery County. And then at about 7:30 or so, models just pick up on a couple of them around the Leonardtown area as well before this pushes out after about 8:30 into southern Maryland. And then the rest of your night should be dry. All eyes, of course, on this weekend as we're looking at another snow chance. Now, all the models showing this low pressure developing right off the coast. It's just the position of it that's going to determine what, if anything, that we get out of it. Most of the models keep it just so far over to the east that it barely brushes by us, but on the back edge, I could see our southernmost areas picking up on a little bit of light snow out of this particular system. system. So let me walk you through what's going to be happening. So here are the areas that I think have the better chance for picking up on at least some light snow out there. That's going to be, of course, Ocean City into Salisbury, down toward Leonardtown, La Plata, southern Prince George's County, southern Anne Arundel County, up through Fredericksburg, even Stafford County through Ladysmith could all see just a few of those snow showers working their way in. It would just be close enough to brush you by. Now, if you're north and west, right now, I'll hold off on the snow chance for you around Frederick and Hagerstown. Just looks like this is going to be further south and east, but let me show you also the two models that we're watching as well to kind of show you the difference between the two and give you my analysis. 24 today, 23 on Thursday, getting colder by the day, 21 Friday, a high of only 19 on Saturday, and 26 degrees on Sunday. We'll look at the European model. This one has been pretty consistent about just bringing just a little bit of snow around the area. This is Saturday at 4:30. You can see it just clips just by our southernmost areas at 4:30 in the afternoon. So it's possible you could see some snow around Andrews and then just get nothing around Leesburg. That's kind of how this could pan out, depending on where that low sets up. And it does look like it will be south and east of us. This is at 11 o'clock at night. That'll be the final few flakes. And as far as amounts you could get, if we get the European solution to take place, it would be lower amounts. GFS is a little bit more aggressive, but with the European, you're talking in the southernmost areas, southern Maryland, 1 to 2 inches, and then maybe just barely a dusting in other spots. Now, the GFS initially had nothing, and of course, this early out, it's going to flip-flop back and forth, but still keeps the heaviest of that snow somewhere around the Ocean City area by Saturday night, and maybe spreading some of that into southern Maryland, into Richmond, and perhaps areas like Leonardtown. But again, if you're north and west, you probably would not get much out of this particular system at all, as this is just going to be a little too far over to the east to really give us the higher amounts. But we'll watch that track. If it changes, we'll update you. 23 degrees tomorrow, 21 for your Friday, 19 Saturday. Look for some snow, especially south late Saturday into early Sunday, and then 26 degrees Sunday, 32 Monday. Finally above freezing Tuesday at 35 degrees on that 10-day temperature trend. It does show those temperatures consistently getting above freezing at around 37 Wednesday and 37 next Thursday.
WUSA 9 Traffic Impact is sponsored by 3-Day Blinds.
I'm convinced Miri is trying to make me cry this morning. She said earlier, colder by the day and the possibility of more snow. Just sounds absolutely terrible. Unfortunately, we're still seeing very heavy delays on 95 in the southbound direction. Traffic is picking up a bit, but it is still very heavy. Apparently, there's a tractor-trailer crash right near Maryland State Road 198, and that's what's causing the delays you see there on your screen, those backups, those extremely heavy backups. I'm also tracking this for you this morning. There's a crash. There was a crash here earlier. There's a crash here again. This is the outer loop near Landover Road. Take a look. You can see that crash here. You're also seeing some inner loop delays, but you can see that crash here. And once you get past it, you're smooth sailing, but before it, very heavy delays. So just give yourself some extra time. Use caution in this area. It's still one of those days with so much snow all over the place. You should give yourself that buffer to get where you need to go.
All right, 7:55 is the time right now. Here's something else to consider as you're digging out from the snow. Clear out that snow and ice from the wheel well of your car. Now, did you catch this video? Our Matthew Torres was reporting from our Weather Explorer. You can see there that the car is shaking the camera. We've seen this throughout some of our live shots. Thankfully, you may not need a mechanic to fix this problem. So, built up snow and ice around the wheel can cause your car to shake while you drive it. If clearing it off doesn't work, check your tire pressure. The cold temperatures can zap that air in your tires. And if you're still having issues, well, then have a mechanic come and check your tire balance and alignment.
It's a good reminder, honestly.
Excellent reminder.
I don't think I would have known if the car was shaking what was going on.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you just think that, oh, these roads are icy and slick and there's patches of ice over here. That's why it's shaky. But that's not it. All right. We've got much more ahead on WSA 9 News at 8 a.m.
Coming up, chaos at a Minneapolis town hall. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar attacked while speaking. The suspect in what we know. That's coming up. Our Allison Seymour is back with our weather impact alert in just a moment. Stick with us. Time now is 7:57. I'm Simone D'Alba. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the deadly midair crash near DCA. 67 people were killed when an American Airlines jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. And tonight, a memorial will honor those lives lost. It's at Dar Constitutional Hall on D Street Northwest, starting at 6:30. New this morning, a Virginia judge says the proposed constitutional amendment that would allow Democrats to redraw the Commonwealth's congressional map is illegal. This is a major blow to the party's efforts to pick up seats in the House this November. Virginia's House Speaker says Democrats plan to appeal. Well, road cleanup continues in Prince George's County with schools closed through at least Thursday. There's a meal distribution happening today for families who rely on school meals. You can visit one of the 5 schools on your screen to pick meals up this morning between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. We also have this information on our website, WUSA9.com. Other weather closures are scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Let's get to meteorologist Miri Marshall with our weather impact alert. Miri, we are just in this unrelenting deep freeze.
Yes, we are. Temperature just dropped to 9 degrees in Gaithersburg, 16 in D.C. But in D.C., it feels like 3 degrees outside. Highs today in the mid-20s. We're at 23 by noon, but it feels like 15 and 25 by 2 p.m. Feels like 17. Now, some clouds are going to push in, and we could see a few isolated flurries pop up. I don't see this widespread, but in a few neighborhoods, you will notice it anytime between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. Little to no accumulation likely with this round. But this weekend, we're watching for another area of low pressure, and that could bring some snow to our southernmost areas, such as Ocean City and into southern Maryland.
WUSA 9 at 8 is streaming live and local right now on WUSA 9+.
WUSA 9 News at 8 starts now.
And welcome to WUSA 9 News at 8 a.m. We're taking a live look on the roads in Upper Marlboro, of course, in Prince George's County right now. Crews across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia say they are still working around the clock to get the streets and those side streets all cleared for you. Thank you for streaming us on WUSA 9+. I'm Allison Seymour. Our weather impact alert continues through the rest of the week, in fact. So here's what you need to know as you get your day started on this Wednesday. The federal government will be open today, but with a delayed start. Offices reopen in about 2 hours at 10 a.m. Another day at home for DMV students. Most schools in our area remain closed today. And the frigid temperatures, they're causing water main breaks like this one. in Germantown. And that's why WSSC Water is asking all of its customers in Montgomery and Prince George's counties to limit their water use until further notice. And we know many of you want to know when your streets will be plowed, so our team, they're out there on the roads right now, once again, tracking the conditions for you. Check out this video that our Marcella Robertson took. This is in DuPont Circle. Yikes, that icicle nearly touching the floor. Looks like Lorraine Cavern's in there. We're gonna check back in with her in about 30 minutes. But first, thank you, who's that? Mary, thank you so much, Mary, for the chuckle. Let's get to Mary Marshall with what we can see today, what we can expect. That was incredible video.
Allison, not Lorraine Cavern.
That's what it looked like, stalagmites and stalactites.
Well, listen, by next week when we come above freezing, you're gonna have to watch out for things like that to be falling because the ice will then become unstable. So it's just a multi-hazard when we have this type of winter weather. Cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock, and then we'll get into a new one tonight starting at 7 until tomorrow morning at 11 as well for the dangerously cold temperatures. We dropped to 9 degrees in Gaithersburg. It's 16 in D.C., but with the wind chill, it feels like 3 degrees in D.C., and that's what we're going to be dealing with today. Sunshine to start, clouds to finish, and even a chance for some flurries this afternoon. By 1 o'clock, it is 24 degrees, but feels like 16, and by 5 p.m., it's 24 degrees, feels like 18 degrees. Now, throughout the day, you'll notice those clouds building in. This is at 1:30. Could see a few light flurries popping up around the Fairfax area. By 3 o'clock, we could see it along D.C. and Montgomery counties. And then between 7 and 7:30, we could see it around the La Plata and the Leonardtown area and into southern Maryland near the Salisbury area. So just a hit or miss chance for those flurries to pop up. Most areas stay dry. I am watching very closely this weekend. We have a low pressure system that's going to form off the coast. This is just classic to see this in winter. You've got the relatively warmer air over the ocean and the colder air over the land. Those air masses are sort of colliding, and you get that low pressure to form just right there on the coast where you have that big difference happening. So what that means is this system will form over to the east. On the back edge of it, it could come just close enough to give some of our southernmost areas a few snowflakes. Everybody will likely not get snow out of this particular system, but I'll watch it for you by the hour, and coming up, we'll show it to you in its entirety on Futurecast. For now, we'll send things over to Terry.
I just don't even have anything to say anymore. I'm all out of words. I really hope that snow does not come anywhere near our area. We are taking a live look at 95 southbound. There's a tractor trailer crash out there in Prince George's County, and it's causing some very heavy slowdown. So the area we're talking about right near Maryland State Road 198. We have reached out to police trying to figure out what exactly happened here, if anyone was hurt. Of course, we'll let you know when we hear back. But if you are heading 95 southbound, you're going to want to keep this in mind this morning. Also tracking this to the south of there, I did track a crash earlier in this location. There's one out there again. This is the outer loop near Landover Road. You can see that crash back here. Some heavy delays until you get past it. Once you're past it, you'll do just fine. Also seeing very heavy delays as you head 395 northbound over the 14th Street Bridge. They're still working on getting some snow cleared. We saw heavy delays last night. They're out there again. You can expect different work zones as they try to get all this snow off of our roadways this morning, Allison.
Boy, what a mess. Okay, the roads continue to cause problems. You just saw Terry's report for our neighbors across the DMV. In Prince George's County, some are growing really frustrated. Our Lionel Donovan is riding around in the Weather Explorer with a look at conditions there. And Lionel, still a lot of icy side streets.
That's right, Allison. Right now I'm here on Perrywood Road in Upper Marlboro. I want to give you an idea of what's happening right now. It looks like we have a front loader actually coming down the street right now. Finally, looks like they're starting to make their way into this neighborhood to hopefully get some of this ice off of the roads. One thing to keep in mind is that this neighborhood in particular has a lot of cul-de-sacs, right? A lot of dead ends in this neighborhood, and a lot of those streets where they have cul-de-sacs, they haven't really been touched at all. And so we've been seeing a lot of driveways where the snow has been pushed back, and those cars are very low to the ground, so they're not going to be going anywhere today. And right now we're driving down this street. Normally this road is supposed to have 2 lanes, but as you can see, only 1 lane is really usable, and a lot of the cars that are on this road have to drive it really, really slowly, have to take turns in order to make sure that everybody can get by safely. But as you can can see with the camera rocket and everything, that's from all of the compacted snow and ice that's on the road, which makes things very uneven. So people are really taking their time right now trying to get through this neighborhood. And it actually feels like we're sinking into the snow a little bit here in the SUV that we're driving right now. And so, yeah, this is just the state of affairs in this neighborhood and many neighborhoods in Prince George's County. And a lot of residents have actually brought their frustrations and brought their concerns to county leadership during a town hall last night. And we actually had one person who spoke to county leadership about what folks in her neighborhood are going through. Let's hear what she has to say.
We pay too much to be here and to be in this position. It is Tuesday, and I work in the school system. And I'm glad that school is closed because I wouldn't be able to get there. Understand what I'm saying? We get it. And I can probably get out. I've never had to put my car on ice, but I may have to. And when I say ice, I know what you all know what I'm talking about. This is unacceptable.
Now, in addition to these problematic roads, we're also getting reports from UMD saying that they are now experiencing significant steam outage, which has led to reduced heat in many buildings and also no hot water for showers or food preparation. We're going to be heading to the university now in order to see if we can get some more information. Until then, I'll send it back to you, Allison.
My goodness, lots of issues. Thank you for letting us know out there, Lionel. Thank you. Meanwhile, this is a live look at road conditions. This is on Capitol Hill. You can see, yeah, that snow is probably all pushed to the sides now, but the cars are well behind the snow that has been plowed, which is a lot of what we're hearing. Folks having a problem getting their car out of their spots because those plows have kind of boxed them in a little bit. But it looks like the roads right there, at least on that street there in Capitol Hill, Northwest DC, are open and passable. We'll have another check on road conditions coming up in about 30 minutes. At 8:09, Metro is slowly returning to normal service after this weekend's snow, though some schedule adjustments remain. Rail service is running right now, but trains are only running every 10 to 20 minutes. As for Metro Bus, officials say about 60 routes are operating on a normal schedule. Meanwhile, Metro Access, they're running all trips. And when it comes to cleanup, Metro is using this. Check this out. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Call it a red hot approach. Take a look. They're using what they know as a fire snake to safely warm the rail and melt surrounding ice. A lot of us wish we could use that safely, but that's for Metro. All righty. We are still seeing plenty of flight cancellations and delays as well, as we now take a live look at Reagan National. And we just checked FlightAware for our regional airports moments ago. And Reagan again is once again, this is not Reagan. Now that's that fire snake from WMATA. So we can go ahead and get off of that video as I talk about what's going on at Reagan. They are once again seeing the most impact with 129 cancellations and 14 delays. At Dulles International, there is just one cancellation. There are 10 delays though. And at BWI Marshall, there are 4 cancellations and 12 delays. Go ahead and check your flight before you head out. Our news app is your one-stop source for forecast updates, closings, and also road conditions. Just scan the QR code that's on your screen right now, right in the middle, to turn on those notifications. You're going to get alerts as soon as updates come in to our newsroom. National news now, a scary moment for Representative Ilhan Omar.
Must resign or face impeachment.
Minnesota Congresswoman doing okay, unafraid right there as she approaches him, that attacker, after she was attacked while speaking at a town hall meeting in Minneapolis last night. Video capturing that man spraying what is still an unknown substance at her. It happened just seconds after the Democratic Congresswoman called for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, as you heard, to resign and urged the abolishment of ICE. So this is the suspect right here that you saw in that video. He's identified as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierzak. He was tackled immediately, and as you saw in that video, he has been arrested. A government report sent to Congress shedding new light on the shooting death of ICU nurse and American citizen Alex Preddy. According to the report, 2 federal agents fired their weapons during Saturday morning's fatal shooting in Minneapolis. It makes no claim about Preddy reaching for his firearm prior to the shooting, and that contradicts the Department of Homeland Security statement over the weekend, which said that Preddy approached agents with a weapon. Preddy's death has prompted a growing number of lawmakers to call for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to step down. President Donald Trump is standing by Noem, saying that he thinks that she is doing a good job. Now, his remarks come one day after he reduced Noem's duties and influence over ICE operations. And as tensions escalate in Minneapolis, a third round of No Kings protest is set for March 28th, with organizers promising their biggest demonstrations yet. Previous rallies have drawn millions of people, and organizers said they expect even greater numbers. Organizers predict that as many as 9 million people will turn out. The Brendan Banfield murder trial will continue today, continues in about less than 2 hours. The Banfield trial was paused when the snow caused Fairfax County Courthouse to close. Prosecutors say that Banfield and his family's former au pair came up with a plan to kill his wife and another man back in 2023. Banfield is expected to take the stand in his own defense this week. Now, court is set to resume at 10 a.m. and we will once again resume live coverage streaming right here on WUSA 9+. Until then, you can catch up on last week's highlights and proceedings from that trial on our YouTube channel and right here on WUSA 9+. Well, it is a day that many of us won't soon forget. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the deadly mid-air collision near DCA. 67 people were killed when an American Airlines jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. Yesterday, the NTSB announced findings in the investigation into last year's accident, including the probable cause and recommendations to prevent a similar tragedy. Our Randy Hildreth was there at yesterday's hearing where similar safety recommendations have come up before.
The NTSB is putting a lot of blame on the FAA for last year's deadly mid-air crash at DCA. At Tuesday's hearing on the crash, the board discussed its probable cause findings, including faulting the FAA for putting the helicopter route near the runway. It also noted the helicopter was flying too high at the time of the crash. The NTSB also said air traffic controllers relied on visually tracking aircrafts under high workloads, which they say was dangerous.
Were they set up for failure?
They were not adequately prepared to do the jobs they were assigned to do.
Tuesday's meeting also came with next steps, including dozens of recommendations from the NTSB to the FAA, U.S. Army, and the Department of War, including the FAA retraining controllers on threat and error management, recommending a review of helicopter routes, reassessing DCA's aircraft arrival rate based on the complexity of the airspace, and updating aircraft detection systems for nearby air traffic information.
What level of confidence do I have that the FAA will do them all? They better do them all.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy said this isn't the first time the agency has raised concerns and said the FAA has ignored safety warnings for years.
As somebody who worked on the Hill, I will take every single one of those recommendations in a bill, especially the ones that we've been issuing for years. You know, see and avoid, visual separation.
Oh, this is the last picture of Mikey.
Christina Levy-Stovall was at Tuesday's hearing. Her son Mikey was one of the 67 who died in that crash. Her hope?
Reach out to your local senator or congressman and just say, we want safer skies for all families. We don't want another family to go through what we are.
Randy Hildreth, WUSA 9.
Tomorrow night, we will air a special marking the 1 year of the DC air disaster and its impact. And we hope you'll join us streaming right here on WUSA 9+ at 6:30 p.m. As we take you to a break now, a quick check on the roads. You are looking at Springfield right here. We're still seeing messy roads. Looks like folks are even going a little slower out there. Be patient if you're heading out. Meteorologist Mary Marshall is back in just a few minutes with your weather impact alert.
This WUSA 9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
All righty, let's take another tour around the DMV together. We are looking at the Eastern Market area in the district, of course, I believe Southeast DC. Right now, you see this truck trying to maneuver. That's what it is on these streets that have been plowed, but yeah, don't see pavement right now. Take your time if you are out driving, if you have to get out there today. We're going to check back in on conditions here in the district and all across the DMV as our show continues. In about 15 minutes, we'll head to Prince George's County.
We are tracking another cold morning in the area. Those wind chill values will feel like we're close to zero, even below it at times. And later today, it will feel like we're roughly around 17 or 18 degrees. Very cold out there once again. We do have a chance for some stray flurries today. And up next, we have a chance for snow in our southern areas this weekend. That's what we're tracking, a cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning. And then another one going into effect at 7 o'clock this evening until 11 tomorrow. 16 degrees is where DC bottomed out at this morning. We've even seen temperatures drop as low as 10 degrees in Gaithersburg. So with the wind chill, it feels as cold as 1 degree in some areas, even colder in other spots. So that's why that weather advisory, cold weather advisory is in place. By noon today, partly cloudy, 23, feels like 15 degrees. By 2 o'clock is 25 and feels like 17. At that point, it is cloudy outside and we are watching for those stray flurries. Everyone's not going to see it, but the possibility is there that 1 or 2 neighborhoods could get just a few more flurries to fall. This is at 1:30. We can see them along areas such as in Fairfax. By 3 o'clock, potentially around DC and Montgomery counties. And then this is at about 7:30. We can maybe see a few around Leonardtown before we see this chance for flurries fizzle out of the area. We are watching, of course, this weekend as we have ample cold air in place and a low pressure system that's going to develop. What's happening is in the atmosphere, you've got this relatively warmer air over the ocean, and then you've got this much colder air over the land, and those two air masses are sort of colliding and get that low pressure to form kind of right there on the coast at the center of it all. Right now, my thoughts are that we're going to see some flakes and flurries fly in our southernmost areas. Ocean City, again, southern Maryland, those spots will have a better chance. So I've highlighted just a few spots that you're most likely to see that Saturday evening. If you're in the Salisbury area, up through Easton, Dunkirk, if you're in the southern Anne Arundel County area, southern Prince George's, Charles, St. Mary's, even up through parts of Stafford County and even in Fredericksburg, you're more likely to pick up on at least some light flurries out of the system as it passes just to our east. If it keeps dragging over more, you may not even see that. 24 degrees Wednesday, we're at 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, 19 degrees Saturday, and we're at 26 degrees on Sunday. Now I want to show you 2 of the main models that we've been looking at, but more will begin to weigh in as we get closer to the event. The European model just has this barely brushing us by, kind of flipped its tune a little bit actually, because before it had us getting clobbered, but now just a few flakes and flurries by 4:30. By 11 o'clock Saturday night, this begins to kick out of here and we are done. With that scenario, we'd see very light accumulations, but still it would be more on top of what we already have in those particular areas. So especially around Cambridge, Salisbury, Patuxent River, up through Tappahannock, maybe a dusting a little bit more toward the DC and Andrews and La Plata area. But as you can see, not much out of that scenario. The GFS, which at first kept it completely out, is trying to bring a little bit of that snow back into the fold, even starting as early Saturday. But this is Saturday at 8:30. You can still see some of that snow making its way toward Ocean City in southern Maryland, and that's where you would still find some of the more measurable snow falling, perhaps a bit more than what the Euro's going. But for the DC metro area, really if you're south and east, again, Saturday night into early Sunday morning, you can see just a few light snow showers pop up in those areas. But mainly south, the southern Maryland area has a better chance. 7-day forecast, we'll go 24 today, again 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, and 19 Saturday. We are keeping our weather impact alert extended until Saturday because of the cold, back up to 32 Monday and 35 by Tuesday.
WUSA 9 Traffic Impact is sponsored by 3-Day Blinds.
So basically, stay inside for the next week. That's the best advice. Allison agrees. You were looking at 95 southbound. This is as you travel towards Laurel from Prince George's County, into Prince George's County, but right near Howard. Very heavy delays because of a tractor trailer crash right near Maryland State Road 198. Still seeing those very heavy delays out there. I mean, take a look at all that red on your screen. A right side is blocked because of this crash. Just use caution. Give yourself a lot of extra time, no matter where you're heading across the DMV today. I've been saying it all morning. I'll say it again. There's also a crash on the outer loop near Landover Road. You can see that crash. It is mostly off to the side over there, but it is causing some heavy delays before you get to it. Once you pass it, though, you're doing just fine. So just keep it in mind as well if you are heading in that northbound direction of the outer loop through Maryland this morning. And I'm still tracking very heavy delays. 395 northbound near Buckeye Drive. Those delays because they're working on clearing the snow. They've been working on this. They stopped overnight and then they picked back up. We saw this last night during rush hour as well. And you can expect some of those areas today where crews are out there trying to pick up these heavy piles of snow to make sure those roadways are clear. Allison.
Terry, thank you. And thank you for joining us at 8 a.m. We have more news ahead. A year after the deadly mid-air collision near DCA, the memory of lost skaters lives on. How young skaters and coaches are honoring the friends they lost. Our weather impact alert continues in the next half hour. We'll be right back. Time right now is 8:25. A good Wednesday morning. I'm Allison Seymour. The Au Pair Affair murder trial is set to resume in just a few hours. The Brendan Banfield trial was put on pause when snow closed the Fairfax County Courthouse, but court reopens today. Banfield is expected to take the stand this week, and proceedings begin at 10 a.m. Metro is slowly returning to normal service after this weekend's big snow. Rail service is currently in service, but trains, they're only running every 10 to 20 minutes. As for Metro Bus, officials say about 60 routes are operating on a normal schedule, and Metro Access is running all trips. Let's get to meteorologist Mary Marshall now with our weather impact alert.
Oh, well, we have temperatures at 16 degrees in D.C., but with the wind chill, it feels like 3 degrees outside. We will see a few clouds today with temperatures right around 26 degrees, but by 3 p.m. it feels like 18 degrees, despite the temperature being not quite that low. We could see a few stray flurries in the forecast today, especially between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. Everyone's not going to see them, but a few of them will be possible. Coming up, we're looking at a chance for another snow system with some areas this weekend.
WUSA 9 at 8:30 is streaming live and local right now on WUSA 9+. Right now at 8:30, frustration rising over the state of the roads post-storm. Our team is live in D.C. with an update on the conditions. Plus, tax season, it is officially here, folks, and your refund could be a little larger. In today's Where's the Money segment, why many Americans may see an extra $1,000 and the new tax breaks you should know about. And 1 year after a tragedy in the skies, local skaters honor friends and family they lost. How their legacy lives on. Straight ahead. Good morning to you. We start with a look at the mixing bowl in Springfield, Virginia. Although the big roads are drivable, as you can see, some of the side roads and also neighborhoods causing frustration out there this morning. Thanks so much for streaming us on WUSA 9 Plus. I'm Allison Seymour. And we're not the only ones dealing with snow troubles. Check out this video. It's from Madrid, Spain. Traffic signs and roads completely covered, bringing the capital city to a standstill. Let's get to meteorologist Mary Marshall now with more on the dangerous cold we're dealing with. And Mary, I would volunteer, though, to go and report live from Madrid about the conditions there.
Same. I could give a fabulous report there as I have some tapas. Hey, good morning, everybody. We are looking at a very cold one out there. It is 16 degrees in D.C., but it feels like 3 degrees when we factor in the wind chill. And this is one of the reasons why we're under a cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning. By 11 a.m., it's 23 degrees, but feels like 12. By 3 p.m., it's 26 degrees, but feels like 18. Now, you're noticing cloudy skies. By the afternoon, we do have a chance to see just a few random flurries pop up. This is at 1:30 in the afternoon, just hit or miss. Everybody's not going to see this, but the possibility is there. This is at 3 p.m. We could see a few around the district and into Montgomery County. And then by, say, 7:30 this evening, you could see a few around the Leonardtown area and even the lower eastern shore into southern Maryland. But we are looking at another chance to pick up on some light to moderate snow showers in the southern areas this weekend. So Ocean City, southern Maryland, Salisbury, the southern edge of Anne Arundel County, and perhaps the southern edge of Prince George's County, along with Charles and St. Mary's. Those areas would have a better chance for picking up on some of this snow as we do see a low pressure system form over to our east. Now, this is going to be so far away that not everybody will get a flake out of this. So we will look at this by the hour. Even then, it looks like relatively smaller amounts out of this next system for the few areas that it does touch. Let's send things over to Terry now for a check on traffic.
Thank you, Mary. I'm not happy with your forecast. We are looking at 95 southbound. This is in Prince George's County. There's a crash out there. Unfortunately involves a tractor trailer, and we're seeing some heavy delays. I am starting to see them pick up, so that's some good news. You're starting to see traffic roll along. It doesn't look so much like a parking lot out there anymore, but that crash is still out there. It's right where 95 meets with Maryland State Road 198. You can see some of that orange out there now. Earlier it was all red, so it does seem to be improving out there, but again, still some heavy delays traveling through this part of Maryland this morning. Also seeing delays in this part of Maryland. This is the outer loop near Landover Road. You can see here this crash back here. As you approach this roadway, there are some onlooker delays in both inner and outer loop. But once you get past it, you're doing just fine. So just keep that in mind. You will be able to get by, but it is a bit slow going in that area. Also dealing with this, 395 northbound as you head over the 14th Street Bridge. It's very slow moving this morning. We saw this last night. We're seeing it again. Crews are out there working to clear snow. Allison.
And if you live in D.C., time is up for you to clear your sidewalk of snow. Property owners are required to clear snow and ice or risk a warning or a fine. D.C.'s Department of Public Works says they have started to issue those fines. Now, meanwhile, the roads are still a work in progress, but DPW has gotten to most main roads, and many of the side roads were tackled on Tuesday. Not all, though. Our Marcella Robertson joins us live from the Weather Commander, checking out conditions in Eastern Market now. Marcella?
Yeah, we are in Eastern Market. We've kind of been driving around the city all morning, and you know, it really just depends where you are. But a lot of the main roads, I got to show you and tell you here that they are in pretty good shape. One thing that I do want to mention, though, is just a lot of the bus stops, and this is something that Councilmember Charles Allen had talked about yesterday a little bit, posting on X. You can see here someone getting off the bus right now, that there are still a lot of just walls of snow and ice blocking a lot of these bus stops, not making it really safe for people. And we've seen just a lot of people walking in the streets. So Councilmember Allen's pushing WMATA, DDOT, DPW to kind of coordinate and hopefully make these pathways to a lot of these bus stops safer for people who do have to ride the bus and public transit. But as I mentioned, you know, it's really just depending on the individual streets, and even some side streets, they look great. They've been plowed over a couple of times. Others are still dealing with a lot of ice. And as you mentioned before, the sidewalks, it's really time to start making sure that those are cleared. Right now, DC is really just focusing on the business, making sure that they are, clearing their sidewalks. Businesses, you face about a $150 fine. But again, the focus is on businesses. Even though a lot of them are closed, owners still have a responsibility to make sure that the sidewalks are clear for people to pass. Take a listen.
If anyone wants to walk the sidewalk, they're going to slide and hurt themselves. This is just a sheet of ice, as you can see.
So again, commercial properties face a $150 fine. DC residents face a fine of $25. Officials tell us they haven't started the enforcement for residents just yet. They're giving people a little bit of grace. We don't deal with this a lot. And of course, that ice making it a lot worse on top of everything else. So if you aren't able to shovel, got a snow plow coming by here right now to the left of us. But if you aren't able to shovel yourself, there is help out there. We've been talking about the Snow Heroes program. Anyone 60 and older or those with disabilities can request a free sidewalk snow removal. You can call 311. You can do it online as well. And of course, they have been out there. The volunteers have touched more than about 100 walkways so far. But again, Allison, really just depends on where you are. A lot of the main roads are clear, but the issue for so many people is those side roads and so many cars that are stuck with just the walls, feet of snow and ice that have really been piled up against their cars. We saw a lot of people trying to dig out this morning.
And it seems kind of early to start handing out those fines for residents anyway, because we just can't do anything. Okay. Good to know. Marcella, thank you very much.
We are not used to this.
Very frustrating. I guess not. Right. All righty. We'll see you shortly. Meanwhile, those icy roads, they're part of the reason Prince George's County Public Schools are closed at least through tomorrow, Thursday. Now, there is a meal distribution happening today for families who rely on school meals. You can visit one of the 5 schools on your screen to pick up meals this morning between 11 and 1 p.m. That is really wonderful service there. We also have this information on our website, WUSA9.com. Other weather closures are scrolling at the bottom of your screen, and you can find those on our website as well. Well, now to an update that is really sad out of the Commonwealth of Virginia. A little boy has died after falling into a frozen lake. It happened Monday in near central Virginia in Henrico County. Police say that firefighters, they were able to pull that little boy from the water and they began CPR, but again, sadly, he did pass away at the hospital.
The big thing is that right now, since we've had all this snow on here, we don't know how thick this ice is. So you got to really be careful. That sun, when it starts to come in, may melt it in some spots. There may be a current through the middle of it. So that ice is thinner out there than at the shoreline.
First responders across Virginia, they're warning families to just stay away from frozen ponds and lakes, especially as temperatures begin to fluctuate, which can quickly make ice unsafe. And we've got you covered through all of this winter weather. You can track updates on our free WUSA 9 app. Just scan this QR code on your screen for a link to download it. Then you can stay connected as we track these seriously cold temperatures and the impact on the winter storm cleanup. Every morning here on WUSA 9, we ask the question, where is the money? Because we know life is getting more expensive. And that's why we're always looking for ways to help you save. And right now, tax season, it is underway. President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill is already affecting 2025 returns. Many taxpayers could see larger refunds thanks to new deductions. This year, there's an increase in child tax credits up from $2,000 to $2,200 per child. There's also new benefits for seniors, homeowners, and workers earning tips or overtime. Now, because the IRS did not update withholding tables for 2025, paychecks may not reflect these changes, and that means many filers could see bigger refunds when they file. But experts say individual results will vary based on income, dependence, and your state of residence. You're also advised to review their W-4 and withholdings for 2026 to make sure future paychecks match the new law. A lot to break down with this one. We spoke with the tax expert yesterday. Might want to check in with some of those things you have to self-report, which can get you in trouble with the IRS if it's not done right. So might want to check with the tax expert this time around with all the new changes. And we've got more money-saving tips on our website, WUSA9.com, or just text the word money to the number that's on your screen, 202-895-5599, and we'll text you back with a link to a special section of our website dedicated to saving you money. Well, Amazon says it is closing all of its Amazon Fresh and Amazon Go stores. There are about 70 locations nationwide. 10 are in our area in Maryland and Virginia. A location in Logan Circle in D.C. it's already closed. Amazon says some of its stores will be converted with plans to open more than 100 new Whole Foods locations over the next few years. Now, the news at, trust me on that. Okay. As we mark 1 year since the deadly mid-air crash near DCA, the Ashburn Ice House is honoring the skaters killed in the DCA collision with a sculpture. And our John Duran spoke with their coaches and fellow skaters about how they are keeping their memory alive.
Coaches and skaters here at the Ashburn Ice House say this past year, when they've taken the ice, they've thought about those that lost their lives a year ago, and those skaters who can't take the ice anymore.
Should we spin? Spin?
Carrying heavy hearts, these young figure skaters press on.
I want them to remember how beautiful all those skaters were. They were so good at skating, and they were just really sweet people.
11-year-old Alexis Winch and 12-year-old Claire Bang spent hours on the ice with a handful of the 67 souls lost in last year's mid-air collision over the Potomac River.
I was in total shock that day. I didn't believe, they woke me up that morning, they were like, oh, you lost some friends last night. I didn't believe them until I saw it on the TV.
The loss stunned those that skated side by side with the victims and those who spent years teaching them the sport.
I really miss them. I wish they were here, but I feel like every day we're out here, we're celebrating what they did.
We coach all this like Franco and Everly and Lydia and Brielle. We know these people for years and years. That's why it's very hard loss for us.
Here and at the MedStar Capitals Iceplex, where these skaters spent so much of their time, this piece of artwork will carry on their memory.
The sculpture has two skaters, both reaching to be the best they could be.
They were skaters with Olympic aspirations, just like Winch and Bang, who have even more motivation to reach the world's biggest stage.
I want to win gold for them. I want to skate the best for them. I want to do anything that they couldn't reach to do it for them, so they'll know, oh, she did it for us.
In Ashburn, John Duran, WUSA 9.
And we have special coverage of the remembrance ceremony for the victims of the DCA mid-air disaster tomorrow night at 6:30. We hope you will join us streaming right here on WUSA 9+. As we head to break, a quick check on the roads. This again is the Mixing Bowl, Springfield, Virginia. Meteorologist Mary Marshall will be back in just a few minutes with your weather impact alert. But first, here's an exclusive shopping deal for our WUSA 9 viewers.
Hey, our team tests a ton of products. We only bring you the best, and I love these. These are the Staff Colorful Home Essentials. You see why it's colorful. And they really are essential. From the kitchen to the bathroom to the dining room, a whole host of products we're gonna show you. These are the tongs. They're really substantial. They're non-stick. They're great for non-stick pans. They don't make a mess. They don't scratch the pan. And by the way, we love color in my house. This is literally my cupboard. Look at that. Look at all that color up there too. So I'm obsessed with these, but hold on, come to the bathroom with me. No one likes to see the plunger in the bathroom. We hide it behind the toilet. Not with these, and by the way, that's their little logo. They have a little smiley face on the top. These are really nice. Again, staying with the color theme, really, really cool. But there's something else I love too. They make a lint roller, and look how cool that is with the purple handle and the pink. This is mine. This is actually my lint roller. This is a joke. This is cool. All you have to do is run this underwater, and it's ready to go again. How cool is that? Hold on, one more thing I want to show you. In my dining room now, how cool are these matches again with the little smiley face on them? Can you see? This is awesome because they looks like a little bouquet of flowers, doesn't it? And on the bottom is where you can actually strike the match. We light a lot of candles around here, so this is actually perfect for us. We have an amazing deal for all these products for you today. 25% off no matter what you choose, starting at just $15. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to shoptvdeals.com.
All righty, it is 8:47 on this Wednesday, this cold Wednesday, and you're taking a look at the streets. Here, this is Constitution Avenue on this early Wednesday, and a new name, as we take a look at this, is emerging to run the Commanders defense. As we told you, the team is finalizing a deal to hire Prince George's County native Durante Jones. Now, Jones joins the Commanders from the Minnesota Vikings, where he coached defensive backs and helped run the passing game. He is also a Bishop McNamara grad and a former Bowie State coach. We spoke with Locked On Commanders host David Harrison, who says Jones' broad background is a major asset.
This isn't a guy who's coming from just like one system or one style of play. He's played in some very aggressive blitz-heavy type of systems. He's also played in some cover three systems, which is similar to the type of defense that Dan Quinn and Joe Wood Jr. were running the last couple of years. So he's kind of done the two extremes, and he's done everything in between, and he's done it at the collegiate level, which I think is a little bit unique. He's had
David Harrison has more insight on the Commanders' off-season moves, and you can find his Locked On Commanders podcast right now on WUSA9.com. Just scan the QR code on your screen, and it'll take you straight to the Commanders section of our website. Well, we are just a few weeks away from the most romantic day of the year, and this morning, research from Open Table shows Americans are moving past the candlelit couple cliche and celebrating all kinds of connections. More than half of Americans now say Valentine's Day is about friends and family, with Gen Z leading this shift. Also, Galentine's Day dining, it jumped more than 30% last year. Solo reservations, they're up, and group dates, they're becoming more popular. And it's not just what you eat, how you act matters too. Being rude to staff is now one of the biggest dining red flags, while good manners and tipping well score major green points.
This WUSA 9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Waking up to another cold day out there as this Arctic air continues to grip the area. Wind chills out there have been near zero and could even be below that throughout the morning. And by the afternoon, we're going to reach the 20s, but it's going to feel like roughly 17, 18 degrees throughout the day. Now, we could see a few stray flurries today, and I'm still tracking a chance for snow for some parts of the region this weekend. We are under that cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning, and we'll have another one starting tonight into tomorrow morning. morning. So temperatures have dropped to about 16 in D.C. We've seen them get as low as 10 in Gaithersburg with wind chills right around 1 degree in the D.C. area when you factor in just a little bit of wind. We'll have some sun to start today. 21 degrees at 10 a.m., 25 by 2 o'clock, but it feels like 17. And you're noticing cloudy skies at that point as we do have some flurries possible coming in. This is at 1:30 today, so anytime between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m., you might see a few stray flurries as those clouds pass over us. This is at 1:30. You can see them perhaps around the Fairfax area and into Alexandria. By 3 p.m., you could see just a few over northern D.C. into Montgomery County. And then at about 7:30 or so, models just pick up on a couple of them around the Leonardtown area as well before this pushes out after about 8:30 into southern Maryland. And then the rest of your night should be dry. All eyes, of course, on this weekend as we're looking at another snow chance. Now, all the models showing this low pressure developing right off the coast. It's just the position of it that's going to determine what, if anything, that we get out of it. Most of the models keep it just so far over to the east that it barely brushes by us. But on the back edge, I could see our southernmost areas picking up on a little bit of light snow out of this particular system. So let me walk you through what's going to be happening. So here are the areas that I think have the better chance for picking up on at least some light snow out there. That's going to be, of course, Ocean City into Salisbury, down toward Leonardtown, La Plata, southern Prince George's County, southern Anne Arundel County, up through Fredericksburg, even Stafford County through Ladysmith could all see just a few of those snow showers working their way in. It would just be close enough to brush you by. Now, if you're north and west, right now, I'll hold off on the snow chance for you around Frederick and Hagerstown. Just looks like this is going to be further south and east, but let me show you also the two models that we're watching as well to kind of show you the difference between the two and give you my analysis. 24 today, 23 on Thursday, getting colder by the day, 21 Friday, a high of only 19 on Saturday, and 26 degrees on Sunday. We'll look at the European model. This one has been pretty consistent about just bringing just a little bit of snow around the area. This is Saturday at 4:30. You can see it just clips just by our southernmost areas at 4:30 in the afternoon. So it's possible you could see some snow around Andrews and then just get nothing around Leesburg. That's kind of how this could pan out, depending on where that low sets up. And it does look like it will be south and east of us. This is at 11 o'clock at night. That'll be the final few flakes. And as far as amounts you could get, if we get the European solution to take place, it would be lower amounts. GFS is a little bit more aggressive, but with the European, you're talking in the southernmost areas, southern Maryland, 1 to 2 inches, and then maybe just barely a dusting in other spots. Now, the GFS initially had nothing, and of course, this early out, it's going to flip-flop back and forth, but still keeps the heaviest of that snow somewhere around the Ocean City area by Saturday night, and maybe spreading some of that into southern Maryland, into Richmond, and perhaps areas like Leonardtown. But again, if you're north and west, you probably would not get much out of this particular system at all, as this is just going to be a little too far over to the east to really give us the higher amounts. But we'll watch that track. If it changes, we'll update you. 23 degrees tomorrow, 21 for your Friday, 19 Saturday. Look for some snow, especially south late Saturday into early Sunday. And then 26 degrees Sunday, 32 Monday. Finally above freezing Tuesday at 35 degrees on that 10-day temperature trend. It does show those temperatures consistently getting above freezing at around 37 Wednesday and 37 next Thursday.
At 8:53, we are following breaking news still developing out of Fairfax County this morning. We're taking a look here at the aftermath of a house fire happened in West Springfield. The home is completely burned out on the 700 block of Jansen Court. Firefighters had to rescue one person and 2 dogs trapped inside just after 7 this morning, not too long ago. 4 people, including 2 firefighters, had to be taken to the hospital. One person is suffering life-threatening conditions. The other, along with both firefighters, are expected to be okay. Coming up in just a few minutes at 9 a.m. as the Grammy Awards approach, artificial intelligence is entering the spotlight. The odds of an AI song winning, and what do the rules say about this? Okay. Time now is 8:55. Good Wednesday morning. I'm Allison Seymour. Tomorrow marks 1 year since the deadly mid-air collision near DCA. 67 people were killed when an American Airlines jet collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter. Tonight, a memorial will honor those lives lost. It is at DAR Constitution Hall on D Street in Northwest Washington. It starts at 6:30. New this morning, a Virginia judge says the proposed constitutional amendment that would allow Democrats to redraw the Commonwealth's congressional map is illegal. Now, this is a major blow to the party's efforts to pick up seats in the House this November. Virginia's House Speaker says Democrats plan to appeal. Road cleanup continues in Prince George's County, along with schools being closed at least through tomorrow or Thursday. There is a meal distribution happening today for families who rely on school meals. You can visit one of the 5 schools that are currently on your screen to pick up meals this morning between 11 and 1 p.m. We also have this information on our website, WUSA9.com. Other weather closures are also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Let's get to meteorologist Mary Marshall now with the forecast.
Well, it is certainly a cold start for us. 17 degrees in D.C. right now, but with the wind chill, it feels like 4 degrees in the district. It's why we have a cold weather advisory in place until 11 a.m. 24 degrees by 1 o'clock feels like 16, and we're at 26 by 3 p.m. feeling like 18 degrees. More clouds this afternoon. We could see a few stray flurries popping up across the area, but overall we are looking at staying cloudy, cold, and dry with more snow showers possible south of D.C. this weekend. Mic check. Hello. Good morning. Sure.
Okay, well, looks like I got to do this one.
Yes.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Where's it? Baltimore Avenue. Okay. Yeah, we'll just
WUSA 9 News at 9 starts now.
And WUSA 9 at 9 a.m. begins with day 4 of our weather impact alert. We are starting the day under another blast of dangerously cold air with a cold weather advisory in effect for this morning.
The bitter temperatures are complicating snow removal as much of that snow has now frozen into ice. Crews are back out this morning checking the road conditions and tracking how cleanup efforts are progressing.
And with the frigid temperatures, WSSE Water is asking its customers in Montgomery and Prince George's counties to limit their water use until further notice, as the snow and ice buildup is making water main leaks and breaks hard to spot and repair.
Check out this video from our Marcella Robertson. She took this in DuPont Circle. This is an icicle, nearly touching the floor from the ceiling. It's incredible. If Marcella didn't shoot this, you wouldn't even believe that it was real.
My goodness.
Yeah, it looks like the Luray Caverns, the wintertime version down at DuPont Circle.
That's just what I said.
Yes.
Stalagmites in DuPont Circle, the ice version. Man, it's cold.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's good, Marcella getting that shot.
Right.
It really talks about how cold it is. And as we wait for conditions to just improve, well, we are here with you every single step of the way. Good morning. I'm Allison Seymour.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. Now we begin our team coverage this morning with meteorologist Mary Marshall. Mary, good morning. Continuing to deal with these extremely cold temperatures.
Yeah, that's going to be the story for the rest of the week. We've got temperatures right now at about 17 degrees in D.C., but it feels so much colder with just a little bit of wind. It feels like 4 degrees in D.C., which is why we have this cold weather advisory in place until 11 a.m. A little bit of sunshine by noon, 23 degrees, still feels like 15. And by 4 o'clock this afternoon, it is cloudy, 25, feels like 18 degrees. We could see a few isolated flurries pop up across the area between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. This is at 3 o'clock. Hit or miss flurries popping up around D.C. and the southern edge of Montgomery County. And then as we get to about 7:30 this evening, we can see a few more around the Leonardtown area before this begins to fizzle out. This weekend, all eyes on a low pressure system forming off the coast on the back edge. Depending on how close it gets, some neighborhoods would see at least some light snow. I could see this for areas such as around Ocean City, Salisbury, if you're in southern Anne Arundel County, southern PG County, and also around areas such as Charles and St. Mary's counties and through Fredericksburg, Ladysmith, all those areas. Could see just a bit of light snow late Saturday heading into Sunday. So coming up, we'll talk more about that. But now we'll send things over to Terry, who's already have her hands full with the snow that's on the ground.
Yeah, definitely. I feel bad for our friends in Prince George's County if they do end up getting some of that snow at Fredericksburg as well. Yeah, we're seeing a busy morning. I feel like this is the first morning more people than typically have in the last few days are out on the roads, and that's causing some of those issues we are used to seeing, crashes included. So we're talking about 95 southbound. This is in Prince George's County, close to Howard County, near Maryland State Road 198. Heavy delays there because of a tractor trailer crash. I've been tracking this for quite a while at this point. I have seen delays start to lift, stop and go, but you can still see some heavy traffic if you are heading in that southbound direction. You can see heavy delays, that red out there on your maps as well. Also dealing with this right now, there's a crash in DC 295 southbound near Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast. Use caution heading through this area this morning. Expect delays there as well.
Terry, thank you so much. It is 9:03 and we are following breaking news out of Prince George's County. About an hour and a half ago, the University of Maryland reported that a steam outage is disrupting heat, hot water, and dining services.
Our Lionel Donovan is making his way over to the campus in Weather Explorer this morning. He has more on how this impacts students during this dangerous cold. Lionel.
Good morning, Wisdom and Allison. Well, that steam outage right there just kind of shows how this cold weather is starting to have a ripple effect on services here in Prince George's County. County leaders are now trying to make sure that the roads are clear so people are able to get around, and maybe some of those students could find somewhere else to go in order to get themselves cleaned up or get some food as needed. But right now, I want to show you Baltimore Avenue just to give you an idea of just how different some of the roads in the counties look. Because because we've been talking all morning about how neighborhoods and residential areas, those roads have barely been touched in some areas and still a lot of ice on the roads. But here on Baltimore Avenue, things are moving very, very smoothly. Both lanes are open. There isn't as much traffic on the roads as, it would be on a normal day, but traffic has been moving pretty smoothly. This is not the case in some of those side streets and in some of those neighborhoods that we were in earlier this morning, where roads have not been plowed, and as a result the snow really compacted onto those roads and became ice and became very slick, very dangerous. But as you can see on these main roads, on these major roadways like Baltimore Avenue here, things are moving pretty smoothly. Now, some residents have voiced their frustrations with the county as far as the approach in regards to the cleanup efforts in regards to the snow and ice, and many people have said that they are not happy with the way that the county has been going about this cleanup effort. Let's hear what one resident had to say. Ryan, so we have some residents saying that they're still waiting for county leaders to figure out ways to get plows to their neighborhoods so they can actually dig their neighborhood roads out from underneath all of this snow and ice. And like you were saying before, that steam outage happening at the University of Maryland is surely going to impact quite a few students this morning, especially with this cold weather that we're dealing with right now. So we're going to be staying on top of it, and as soon as we get more information, we'll make sure to bring it back to you. Back to you.
All right, Lionel, thank you very much for that update. Meanwhile, this is a live look at road conditions in D.C. At the moment. Now, this particular street, Allison, looks very clear, extremely clean down the middle of the street. Even the cars on the side, I don't know how long those cars have been there, but there's no snow around them, so I'm going to assume that they have not been there for a long period of time.
That's our National Mall area, so that's got to be cleaned up and got to look nice and spiffy, and job well done there on those big roads right there.
All right, we're going to have another check of the road conditions. That's coming up in about 30 minutes, but we're keeping an eye on the side roads because that is the major issue here. So check this out. This is our app. It is your one-stop source for forecast updates, closings, and road conditions. Scan the QR code on your screen right now to download it, then turn on notifications so you'll get alerts as soon as any updates come into our newsroom.
Well, overnight, we learned new details in the NTSB's investigation into last year's deadly mid-air collision at DCA. And it includes probable cause and also recommendations to make sure a tragedy like this, which took the lives of 67 people, doesn't happen again.
Our Randy Hildreth was there and brings us the very latest.
The NTSB is putting a lot of blame on the FAA for last year's deadly mid-air crash at DCA. At Tuesday's hearing on the crash, the board discussed its probable cause findings, including faulting the FAA for putting the helicopter route near the runway. It also noted the helicopter was flying too high at the time of the crash. The NTSB also said air traffic controllers relied on visually tracking aircrafts under high workloads, which they say was dangerous.
Were they set up for failure?
They were not adequately prepared to do the jobs they were assigned to do.
Tuesday's meeting also came with next steps, including dozens of recommendations from the NTSB to the FAA, U.S. Army, and the Department of War, including the FAA retraining controllers on threat and error management, recommending a review of helicopter routes, reassessing DCA's aircraft arrival rate based on the complexity of the airspace, and updating aircraft detection systems for nearby air traffic information.
What level of confidence do I have that the FAA will do them all? They better do them all.
NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendy said this isn't the first time the agency has raised concerns and said the FAA has ignored safety warnings for years.
As somebody who worked on the Hill, I will take every single one of those recommendations in a bill, especially the ones that we've been issuing for years. See and avoid, visual separation.
Oh, this is the last picture of Mikey.
Christina Levy-Stovall was at Tuesday's hearing. Her son Mikey was one of the 67 who died in that crash. Her hope?
Reach out to your local senator or congressman and just say, we want safer skies for all families. We don't want another family to go through what we are.
Randy Hildreth, WUSA 9.
All right, there are special ceremonies happening today and tomorrow to commemorate this tragedy. Tomorrow night at 6:30, we will air a special marking the 1-year anniversary of the DCA air disaster and its impact. We hope you'll join us streaming on WUSA 9+. 9:09 is the time right now. As the storm recovery efforts continue, the community is stepping up to help students who are out of class this morning. Coming up at 9:30, the free meal options for kids in Prince George's County.
This segment is sponsored by New Perspective Financial Solutions. If you're a federal government employee preparing for retirement, understanding your options is incredibly important. From maximizing your thrift savings plan to preparing for inflation and healthcare costs, the right plan can make all the difference. Here to give us some tips is Tavon Jackson. Tavon is a financial advisor and the founder of New Perspective Financial Solutions, a DC-based firm that focuses on preparing people for retirement. Welcome back. Always great to see you.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Of course. All right. So for anyone who is a federal government employee, how can they go about calculating their pension?
Yeah, so a lot of federal employees are stressed out right now.
Yes.
So they retired in September, they still haven't got their first check. Right. But the way that the FERS pension is calculated is very simple. You can do this yourself. What you do is you take your high 3, you multiply it by your years of service, and you either multiply it by 1% or 1.1%. So if you're over 62, you'll do 1.1. If you're under 62, you'll do just 1. And then what this is going to do is going to calculate your gross pension. And then outside of that, there's going to be a lot of deductions that come out of it. So taxes, life insurance, health insurance, a survivor benefit. So you need to know how to calculate it on your own because HR is just so backed up and it's really hard to get somebody on the phone.
All right, well, you just told us how, so
Yep,
thank you
easy.
for that. That's awesome. In terms of planning for retirement, the age, 59 and a half, that's important. Why is that?
Well, that's the one birthday that we love. So once you turn 59 and a half, you're eligible to roll your TSP over into an IRA while you're still working. So some people will say, well, why would I want to do that? Well, most of you have accumulated a lot of money in your plan, but once you turn 59 and a half, you can further diversify yourself. So for example, the TSP only has 5 funds. It's the G fund, the C, the F, the S, or the I, but if you roll it over, you can invest in Walmart, you can invest in gold and real estate and whatever you might want to, and you can actually insure your money. So, you know, we insure our cats, our dogs, our phones, our house, but why not insure your life savings?
Yeah.
So there's an investment called a fixed index annuity where you actually can protect your principal, but still get some of the interest if the market goes up.
Wow, that sounds like a nice safeguard.
Yeah, you need that protection.
Yeah. What's one of the biggest mistakes that you see federal employees kind of making as they plan for retirement?
Well, they continue taking too much risk. You know, I use a lot of analogies, but if you've already won the game, like, why are you still throwing Hail Marys? You need to just kneel the ball.
Right.
So a lot of people have reached that magic number of $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, but yet they still have all their money in the C fund, which is the stocks. And when the market fluctuates, it's a good thing while you're working because you're putting money in every 2 weeks. Like if the market goes down and you're adding money to it, it's like a Black Friday sale. Like everything's cheap, so you buy more of it.
Right.
But what happens when you're retired and you can't put 1 penny in your plan anymore? You have to protect it from a major loss. So you need to sit down with a financial advisor so that they can structure your plan the right way, or look into the investments I mentioned where you can actually insure your money.
Yeah, because there's a lot to consider. Yeah, to get help is very helpful. All right, and I know you hear this question a lot, but how can someone potentially live off their nest egg without touching that principal in retirement?
Yeah, so another analogy is that you want to treat your TSP like a cake. And instead of you eating the cake, you want to live off the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
So we had one couple that came in that had about $2 million in their plan, and we structured them in a way where they can make $100,000 a year just off the interest. Okay, the worst thing you can do in retirement is to retire and then just pinch off your money.
Sure.
So that's something that you should consider.
All right, something to consider. Tavon, thank you so much.
No
Very
worries.
helpful tips. Of course, for you at home, if you want to make sure you're on the right track for retirement, New Perspective Financial Solutions has an offer for you. Tavon wants to help preserve and continue to grow your money while also helping you create a reliable income stream. So right now, for the first 5 callers and anyone else with an investable assets of $500,000 or more, he's offering a complimentary retirement income plan. This will allow Tavon's team to sit down with you personally or schedule a call to make sure you're on the right track for retirement. The number to dial is 240-335-8366. Again, that's 240-335-8366. This segment is sponsored by Advanced Medical GI. When it comes to today's weight loss landscape, injectable medications are getting a lot of attention, but they're not for everyone, and they can come with a lot of side effects. Dr. Richard Blosser from Advanced Medical GI is here to tell us about a different option to meet your weight loss goals. Welcome back. Great to see you.
Thank you so much, Lane, for having me.
Of course. Again, there are a lot of options on the market right now. Why do you still advocate for endobariatric procedures?
Well, endobariatrics is a safe, effective, and long-term approach that ultimately will take the place, or at least replace, some of the surgical approaches. What people fail to understand about the GLP-1s and GLP-2s is that once you stop them, the mechanism by which they suppress appetite and weight loss or induce weight loss ultimately is removed. So obviously you regain the weight because you haven't been trained. The mechanical aspects that we do with endobariatrics by remodeling the stomach provides long-term approaches that last 5 years and beyond.
And can you help us understand the difference between endobariatric procedures and the traditional bariatric procedures?
Absolutely. So the traditional bariatric procedures involve true surgery. You're in the operating room for 2 hours. And the risk associated with general anesthesia, the risk associated with entering the sac of the stomach called the peritoneum, and all the complications of major abdominal surgeries. Which carry a risk of between 3 and 5% and an actual and a mortality rate of around 1%. The endobariatric procedures do the same thing. We do the same mechanism, especially with the newly approved endoscopic sleeve or ESG procedure. But we do it in an ambulatory surgery center. We do it with sedation that is not general anesthesia many times. It's safer, it's cost effective, and it's enduring for over 5 years and comparable to that which you get surgically.
Wow, wow. Can you explain, I guess, in a little bit more detail the non-invasive technology with this?
Absolutely. So the non-invasive technology begins with a simple endoscopy. We take a look into your esophagus, your stomach, and your small bowel. We then have two mechanisms by either suturing. We have a technology called overstitch, whereby we can sew your stomach lining and reduce the volume of your stomach. And we also have banding techniques where we can place rubber bands to reduce the volume by taking the mucosal surface of the stomach and pulling it up into a rubber band, and then it falls off after 3 to 5 days. Both of these reduce the gastric volume or stomach volume, and they're long-term, they're enduring. So you won't be able to go out and eat your 8-ounce steak and your 12-ounce potato and your pasta and your salad and all the other things that get you to 250 pounds or 300 pounds or whatever. So that being said, these are long-term safe mechanisms that we've now mastered endoscopically, which are enduring for more than 5 years.
Wow. And is this an option for someone who may have previously had a bariatric procedure and regained the weight?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's a very interesting point, because we have both the TOR and the TOR-B, which are banding technologies, as well as suturing technologies that take you back to where you were the day after or the first day after your endobariatric or your bariatric surgery. So if you had a Roux-en-Y gastric bypass or a laparoscopic sleeve, we're able to take you back to that first day post-operatively, where you're actually feeling the restriction, and it's a mechanical restriction. And we take you back there very safely in a matter of 10-15 minute endoscopy.
Wow, sounds like a really, really great option for those patients and for a lot of people.
It is. It's a really wonderful option.
Yeah, Dr. Blosser, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Of course. If you'd like to get more information or make an appointment with Advanced Medical GI, you can call 833-453-9522. Again, that's 833-453-9522, or you can go to amgimed.com.
Hey, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check.
Weather impact alert, giving you a live look over the district right now. It's pretty out there though, but it is really cold. Another frigidly cold day and a weather advisory to boot.
And we're expecting these dangerous temperatures to stick around for the weekend as recovery efforts continue. Metro is pulling out all the stops to get services back to normal. In fact, take a look at this. Overnight at Franconia. That's what we're talking about here,
Absolutely.
Allison. Look at this.
Have you ever seen anything like
I've
this?
never seen of it, never heard of it. Crews found a cracked rail with ice packed tightly around it. To make the repairs, workers used a tool called a fire snake, safely warming up the rail and melting that ice. Officials say the fix helped restore service quickly and kept riders moving safely.
Rail service resumes at 5 a.m. It resumed then, but trains are only running every 10 to 20 minutes. As for Metro buses, officials say about 60 routes are operating a normal schedule. Meantime, Metro Access is running all trips. Alrighty, now let's get to meteorologist Mary Marshall for an update on the forecast. That fire snake is really cool though, isn't it?
I just kind of want to put my hands over it and just
Right?
warm up a little bit, you know, like
s'mores.
that feels so great. Well, I'm glad that we're able to make that repair to help people stay moving. And we are looking at still a cold weather advisory until 11 o'clock this morning. Temperatures right now in DC, 17 degrees with the wind chill. It feels just a tad cooler than that. It feels like 4 degrees in the district. It feels like 5 in Frederick at this hour. And wind chill will be just a small factor for us today because winds will be up to 5 to 10 miles per hour. So by noon, 25 feels like 15, and by 4 p.m., 26 feels like 19 degrees. Now more clouds push in, and we could see some isolated flurries popping up. This is at 3 p.m. I spotted a few around the D.C. area. These will be very hit or miss. Everybody's not guaranteed to see them, but they are possible between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. All eyes on the weekend as we're looking for another system to form off coast, and it could bring some snow to our southern and easternmost areas. We'll track this for you coming up.
Still tracking a crash this morning on I-95 in the southbound direction, but it does appear to be really lightening up now. You can see that traffic out there. Some of those residual delays still out there. This is in Prince George's County, very close to Maryland State Road 198. So again, those delays are lifting. That's the good news. But as you can see, some slowdown, some residual delays still out there. That's because of a tractor trailer crash I told you about shortly. A while ago, rather. So I also want to tell you about 2 work zones. There's one 395 westbound at the 3rd Street Tunnel. The right side is blocked. You can see very heavy delays there. And another one on the Arlington Memorial Bridge inbound. A single lane here gets by.
All right, 9:31 is the time right now. We are following some breaking news out of Fairfax County this morning. This is in the aftermath of a house fire in West Springfield. You can see the home completely burned out on the 7900 block of Jansen Court. Firefighters had to rescue 1 person and 2 dogs trapped inside just after 7 this morning.
4 people, including 2 firefighters, they were taken to the hospital, and 1 person is suffering life-threatening injuries. The other, along with both firefighters, they are expected to be okay. Well, if you live in D.C., it's time to clear your sidewalk. Property owners are required to clear snow and ice or risk a warning or a fine. D.C.'s Department of Public Works says they have started to issue those fines, but to businesses, not regular folk, and residents will follow after that.
Meantime, some district side roads are still a work in progress as crews struggle to break up that icy buildup. Our Marcella Robertson joins us live from Weather Commander with a live look at the conditions right now. Marcella?
Good morning to you both. Well, we are really just been driving around the district all morning, and we've shown you a lot of the main roads. They are in good shape. I want to show you right now because this is what we've been dealing with a lot. So this is Massachusetts Avenue. We're sitting in a little bit of traffic right now because you can see the snow is pushed over to the side, and what is typically 2 lanes in the direction that we're going is just down to 1 lane. So that is what we've seen on some of the main roads. Even though they are in great shape, you're just down to less than what you're used to. And of course on the side streets as well, we've seen that where it looks like it's a one-way, but there is just not enough space to have 2 lanes of traffic, and then the cars that have really had the snow pushed to the side. So still a lot of work to be done. You mentioned the sidewalks. Sidewalk enforcement started Monday for businesses. DC code says that it starts 8 hours after a snowstorm ends. The focus right now is on businesses, and even though many of them are closed because of the snow, the owners still have a responsibility to make sure that the sidewalks are clear. Take a listen.
If anyone wants to walk the sidewalk, they're going to slide and hurt themselves. This is just a sheet of ice, as you can see.
Yeah, please be careful out there. We have seen a lot of people walking in the streets today because the bus stops are not cleared, some of the sidewalks are not cleared, and as we see, more and more people are starting to head out, get back to work. It just makes it a very dangerous situation. So commercial properties facing a $150 fine. DC residents face a fine of $25 if your sidewalk is not cleared. Officials tell us they haven't started the enforcement and handing out tickets to residents just yet, giving you a little bit more grace and time to shovel all that ice and snow. But again, as we're taking a live look here right now, Massachusetts Avenue, you can see that we are just down to 1 lane, and it is causing a little bit more traffic than we typically see because of this situation. But I also want to mention, we've been talking about it all morning, if you cannot shovel that snow, the snow heroes are available, volunteers that are helping. You can sign up online. It's for people 60 and up, and anyone who has a disability. You can also call 311. They can help you out. We know that they have done up to about 100 or if not more walkways so far. So definitely a good option for those of you. But just keep in mind, DC is still giving a little bit of grace right now as far as the residents are concerned, but they will start ticketing come in a couple of days. Back to you guys.
All right, Marcella, thank you very much for that update. Well, those icy roads are part of the reason Prince George's County Public Schools are closed through at least Thursday. And there's a meal distribution happening today for families who rely on school meals. You can visit one of 5 schools on your screen to pick up those meals this morning between 11 and 1 p.m. Fairfax County Public Schools also offering meals between 11 and 1. We also have that information on our website, WSA9.com. All right, we are still seeing plenty of flight cancellations and delays as we take a live look at Reagan National Airport. I just checked FlightAware for our regional airports moments ago, and Reagan is once again seeing the most impact, 132 cancellations, 81 delays. Dulles, 3 cancellations, 32 delays. BWI, Thurgood Marshall, there are 4 cancellations and 14 delays.
Terrifying moments caught on camera at a town hall in Minneapolis after you see here this man charges Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and sprays her with an unknown substance this morning. He is facing 3rd-degree assault charges, and this all comes amid high tensions in Minneapolis since the killing of Alex Preddy.
President Trump is now calling that a, quote, very unfortunate incident. Jared Hill brings us up to speed.
At a town hall Tuesday night,
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign.
Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar sprayed by a heckler with an unknown substance. The man, identified as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierczak, tackled immediately and arrested. The Congresswoman continued on.
We are Minnesota strong.
It's the latest incident in a city on edge after a second U.S. citizen, 37-year-old Alex Preddy, was shot and killed by federal agents Saturday. A memo sent to Congress by U.S. Customs and Border Protection confirms what's heard on the recordings, that an officer yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times before 2 agents shot at Preddy. No mention of Preddy brandishing his gun, as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed earlier.
wishing to inflict harm on these officers coming brandishing like that.
President Trump says he's waiting on the investigation.
We view that as a very unfortunate incident.
On Capitol Hill, Nome under bipartisan scrutiny.
She shouldn't be there.
I've lost confidence in her.
While Trump is publicly supporting Nome, he's sent border czar Tom Homan to be on the ground in Minnesota as he tries to, quote, de-escalate a little bit. Jared Hill, CBS News.
A No Kings protest is set to happen in Minneapolis in March. Millions of Americans marched in the protest last year to demand action against the Trump administration and federal abuse. Taking a live look at Dallas, Texas now, where recovery efforts continue across the nation after Sunday's winter blast. Ahead, the rising death toll and the cyclone system weather officials are now watching.
This segment is sponsored by New Perspective Financial Solutions. For many people approaching retirement, required minimum distributions, or RMDs, can feel like one of the most complicated pieces of the puzzle. They're not optional, they're tied directly to taxes, and they can have a real impact on long-term income planning. Yet a lot of retirees still aren't clear on how RMDs fit into the bigger picture. Here to help us out is Tavon Jackson. Tavon is a financial advisor and the founder of New Perspective Financial Solutions, a DC-based firm that focuses on preparing people for retirement. Welcome back. Great to see you.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Of course. All right. Well, let's get practical here. At a high level, what triggers RMDs and how does it actually work once someone reaches that level?
Sure. So what an RMD is a required minimum distribution. And what that means is that it's going to come a time and an age where the government forces you to spend your 401k, your TSP, or whatever retirement account that has not been taxed yet. So that age used to be 70 and a half. Now it's 73. And for anybody that's born after 1960, it's 75. So if you don't take out exactly the amount that they want you to, it's a huge 25% penalty, and a lot of people are paying it just because they have all these plans out there.
Right. As you said, it's not optional. This is happening.
Yes, it's required.
Right. So what key rules should retirees be aware of when it comes to the timing of all of this?
Yeah, so let's just say I was 73, okay? 37, but I say I was 73, and my birthday's in January. I have till December 31st to take out the required minimum distribution, or I have to take out 2 the next year.
Okay.
So as a retiree, I might not even need that money. Let's say I get my pension and my Social Security, so that money is money that I don't want because I don't want to pay taxes.
Right.
I don't want my tax bracket going up. And if you're on Medicare, what's going to happen is when they send that RMD to you, it's going to push your Medicare Part B premiums up 2 years later. So you got to be proactive. And what a lot of people do is they actually pay the taxes now before they turn 73, so that when they actually do turn that age, their account's tax-free.
Got it. So there's timelines. What happens if someone fails to take out an RMD on time? Is there a consequence?
Yeah, it's a huge penalty. It's 25%. It used to be 50, so they brought it down a little bit, but it's still a huge penalty. So the one thing I tell everybody is that every time you leave a job, you don't leave your plan at the previous company. You have to roll it over. Because we've met with people that have like 7 old 401ks just because, you know, they're 70, they've changed jobs so many times, but then once they turn 73, they forget about one.
Right.
And then if you forgot about working at Walmart when you was 21, you're gonna have that huge penalty, and we wanna avoid that in retirement.
Yeah, and you want to do it, that's great advice. Do it now. Don't wait till you're in your 70s to go back 30 years and see where that
You have to do proactive planning. So
yeah, proactive planning. All right, and if a retiree makes a mistake on that, they take out too much or too little, what options do they have to fix that?
Yeah, so you want to talk to your accountant, and there's a form that you can fill out, and they still may penalize you, but sometimes they waive the penalty because maybe you just forgot. They won't let you do it every year, but you might get grace this one period of time. So you want to do that. And if you don't want to pay any taxes at all, one thing you could do.
No, I do not want to pay any taxes at all.
One thing you could do is you can actually set up your own charity or foundation. So whenever we donate money to a church or a nonprofit, it's tax-free. But a lot of people don't want to give their life savings to a church or nonprofit. They want to give them some. But what you would do is you would set up your own foundation, maybe hire your kids to work for you, and then donate the money to yourself, so that money's tax-free. It stays in the family and the organization, and then you don't have to have increased Medicare premiums and taxes. So
that is a great idea.
Something to think about.
Something to think about. Tavon, thank you so much.
You.
Yeah. For you at home, if you want to make sure you're on the right track for retirement, New Perspective Financial Solutions has an offer for you. Tavon wants to help preserve and continue to grow your money while also helping you create a reliable income stream. So right now, for the first 5 callers and anyone else with investable assets of $500,000 or more, he's offering a complimentary retirement income plan. This will allow Tavon's team to sit down with you personally or schedule a call to make sure you're on the right track for retirement. The number to dial is 240-335-8366. Again, that's 240-335-8366.
Time right now is 9:50. The Au Pair Affair murder trial is set to resume in just about 10 minutes. The Brendan Banfield trial was put on pause when snow closed the Fairfax County Courthouse.
But court reopens today. Banfield is expected to take the stand this week, and proceedings begin at 10 a.m.
We will have live coverage streaming once again on WUSA 9+. Until then, you can catch up on last week's highlights on our YouTube channel and on the WUSA 9+ streaming app.
This WUSA 9 Weather Impact Alert is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan.
Cold once again is what Mary was saying. And we're back with a live look at Atlanta as several states across the nation brace for a few more days of sub-freezing temps. And several dozen deaths have also been attributed to this winter storm. And some 400,000 Americans are still without power, many in the South.
Now, this dangerous cold is complicating recovery efforts and has already been linked to dozens of deaths nationwide. Meanwhile, another winter storm system is moving in.
Meteorologist Mary Marshall is timing it all out for us. And Mary, please don't say it's a lot of snow. Please.
Yeah, this one is a bit more tricky because this low is going to form offshore, and it looks like it may be further enough away from us to not give us a lot of snow. But some of our areas, especially around Ocean City and southern Maryland, could get another glancing blow this weekend. Wind chills this morning at sub-zero in some areas, but it will gradually feel like 18 degrees throughout the day, so very cold out there. Stray flurry possible today, and then we're looking at more snow, especially areas south of D.C. this weekend. So our cold weather advisory goes until 11 a.m. Another one will start at 7 o'clock this evening and go until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning for these really cold temperatures. 17 degrees in D.C. right now. It is 19 in Gaithersburg with just a little bit of wind. It feels like 4 degrees in D.C. and it feels like we're right at about 4 degrees in Manassas as well. Throughout the day, we've got 25 degrees at 2 o'clock. It's cloudy at that point, and that 25 degrees feels like 17 degrees. Here's a look at the flurries that could work their way through the area. As you can see, these are really spotty. This is at 3 o'clock, so anytime between 1 p.m. and roughly 8 p.m. you may see a brief moment of flurries before this quickly passes on. Enough cold air, obviously, to help these sustain, and so they will just gently pile on top of whatever snow you already have at your home. The bigger impacts could come this weekend for some areas. So this low is going to form, you can see, right offshore. Some models keep it so far away from us that we don't see much of anything at all. I still think it will be close enough to, at least on the back edge, bring some light snow and flurries to areas, as I mentioned, such as Ocean City and even around areas such as La Plata. So here are a few spots that I've highlighted that are most likely to pick up on a little bit more snow. You can see that Salisbury, the Eastern Shore, southern Anne Arundel, and southern Prince George's counties, La Plata, Leonardtown, even through Stafford, Fredericksburg, all those areas would have a better chance. Even the southern edge of D.C., right on the Prince George's and D.C. border. So looking at the next 5 days, the cold air also sticks around. 23 Thursday, 21 Friday, 19 Saturday, and we are up to 26 degrees on Sunday. Looking at the European model, it does bring just a brushing of snow. This is after 4 o'clock on Saturday. This continues through 11 p.m. before it pushes out of the area for those areas that I highlighted. With this scenario, we still wouldn't get a lot in terms of snow. If you're in southern Maryland, maybe through Ocean City, you could pick up an additional inch or two. But for the rest of us, it would equate to about a dusting or a coating, if that. But the GFS model had been a little bit more aggressive. We're bringing a little bit more snow to the area, and it still just gives some light snow showers around eastern parts of D.C. and into the Ocean City area, where it brings just a little bit more than the other model. So it has this, even just a difference of a few miles makes a difference as to how close that low gets to us. So we are up to 26 Sunday, 32 Monday, and 35 on Tuesday.
Mary, thank you. Let's get to one of our trending stories of the day. Preparations are already underway for the Super Bowl.
Now, crews at Levi Stadium are installing a brand new surface in just 2 days, from lights to high-tech traction test. Every detail is checked to keep the players safe. Now, the Super Bowl showdown between the Seahawks and the Patriots kicks off on February 8th.
Exciting. And we're just 4 days away from the Grammy Awards. Fans already buzzing over one big question, though. Could an AI song win this year? Is this insane or no? Okay, a new study found that 87% of artists now incorporate at least artificial intelligence into their work.
Now, the song Walk My Walk was created entirely by AI and topped the Billboard country charts in October. Now, officials with the Recording Academy say Grammy eligibility does allow the use of AI, but requires a human contribution.
Okay. There is some buzz. It's called The Ton. It's a hit romantic. Is that what it's called? Okay,
that's it.
The Ton, I get it now, Bridgerton. Okay, the hit romantic drama of Bridgerton returns tomorrow. I bailed out after The Duke. That
Okay.
was my season. That was,
Got you.
Okay. After 3 seasons of the steamy romance and shocking reveals, including the unmasking of Lady Whistledown, a fresh love story steps into the spotlight. This is your jam, so I know you're gonna nail
okay.
this
All right.
just
Well,
like I
let me
did not.
well allow me to pontificate on this.
Okay.
The fairy tale has Cinderella meets upstairs downstairs vibes,
All right.
as Benedict Bridgerton is drawn to Sophie Beck.
Will you
Did I
be watching? Oh boy! All right, I know you will be watching. So it's a very popular show.
I've heard. Yeah.
Oh boy! Okay, do you watch Bridgerton, Terry?
I watched the first
Hornstein?
season.
I did too, and then I just
dropped
kind of
off.
me too.
But I did the same thing with Stranger Things. I know you finished Stranger Things.
I just felt compelled for the culture, like for the pop culture to finish. Yeah.
But you liked it. You said you cried.
I did like it. I did cry because it showed flashbacks, and I love
Yeah.
flashbacks. That's all I'm going to say. Thank
You
you
watched
for joining.
both, right? Bridgerton and Stranger Things.
Yeah, I'm more of a, well, as big as my heart is, Bridgerton is more of my jam.
He's a romantic.
Yeah, I can't wait for Valentine's Day.
Boy, thank you so much for joining us. We are always streaming for free on our streaming platform, WUSA 9 Plus.
All right. Well, be safe out there in those streets. Hopefully your streets will get cleared off.
Yes.
And you'll be able to, yes, Terry wants hers cleaned off, so go help her clean it. Have a great day on purpose.
Like Rodney.
There we go. I got you. Okay.
What'd you do? Yeah. Why is it running so fast? I mean,
because I made it.
I'm happy,
I made
but
it really, so what you can do to see it closer and make edits easier, I just widen it up because then you can clip like a shorter amount and like it's easier to manipulate. And then when you want to see it, you know, full, and then.
And the district is always looking for more volunteers.
Yay.
There's a little.
All right.
We don't care. Can we put a flash in there?
I'm just gonna take it out for you.
Oh, check 1, 2, 3.
Give me some makeup today.
You're gonna get makeup?
If I have time. I might not have time.
Okay.
What time are you going to the gym?
Oh, well, I'm supposed to go now, but my old men haven't emailed me back and said that
If
they
they're
were
gonna play.
there.
All right.
See, now this, okay, many of us grew up playing with our hands.
There you go. You are done. You want to watch it, make sure it's all right whenever you can, but it should be fine.
Thank you so much,
I've
Steve
never
Jobs.
seen anything like that in my life.
Thank you, Steve Jobs.
Look at a hack job.
Okay, now how can I change this line, please, everybody? So she's trying to think. This part. It is time to get uplifted. I'm Allison Seymour. So, look, many of us grew up using our hands to create our own masterpieces. We drew things from our imagination. We sewed clothes for our dolls and our pets, some of us. We made items out of Play-Doh, folded paper into airplanes, and so much more. And these activities, they help to spark our imagination and shape who we are today. And guess what? January is International Creativity Month. It celebrates the millions of men and women around the world who still are making things out of their own two hands. These individuals are inventing new ideas and inspiring us to follow in their footsteps. And that's why in this episode of Get Uplifted, we are spotlighting creatives from all over the globe, their unique talents and the impact they are making. And let's start by highlighting a creative foodie whose desserts will blow you away. Take a look. Michelin-starred chef Takeshi I forgot how to say this man's name. Nishikawa. Yeah, I just wasn't ready for it. Nishikawa.
I think Snow Crane is where art, culture, community, and food and dessert, everything, all the things that we love kind of meet together. And that's why I decided to open here.
Nishikawa. Can I start right here? And let's start by highlighting a creative foodie whose desserts will blow you away. Take a look. Michelin-starred chef Takeshi Nishikawa combines his Japanese culture into practicality. Okay, I think I'm tired. Practically. Let's start by highlighting a creative foodie whose desserts will blow you away. Take a look. Michelin-starred chef Takeshi Nishikawa combines his Japanese culture into practically everything he makes. He noodle-fied Japanese sweetened white beans and put them over chestnut ice cream. He also dusted matcha over ice cream and topped it with a popular Japanese chocolate snack to make his desserts look like a forest. He joined me last month to Get Uplifted to demo some of his new creations and talk about the store that he is getting ready to open in Maryland.
I think Snow Crane is where art, culture, community, and food and dessert, everything, all the things that we love kind of meet together. And that's why I decided to open here just in Hyattsville.
Beautiful, in the Arts District, because it's so wonderful and
that's right.
Yes, culture there. All right. What inspires your creations overall?
Yeah, I think my creations are inspired by my upbringing in Japan. So a lot of traditional flavors that you don't see here in America. So that's definitely something I want to communicate through food and ice cream.
And we said that you had to catch your creations in different pop-ups, but now there is this solid place. What do you hope people learn when they come in, or the experience really that they get when they come to Snow Crane?
Yeah, I think it all depends on who they are. I think it could be as simple as just having to enjoy a really nice scoop of ice cream and really bring smile, or someone who's into art and really get to appreciate some of the ceramics work, woodwork, metal work, and things like that that are made here in Hyattsville and also imported from Japan.
So for instance, what you're serving on right here, that's kind of thing, the woodwork.
Yeah, some of these, like half of these pieces are made here in Hyattsville in our district, even paper that are made here in Maryland, and some of the other pieces are imported from Japan.
Okay. All right. So you're going to do a couple of demonstrations for us.
Yes.
What are we starting with?
So we're going to start with our signature, which is kinako ice cream.
Okay.
So, I mean, a lot of people aren't familiar with it, but what it is soybeans is the base. This is one of the most nostalgic flavor for me, and this is our signature. So the base is premium European style ice cream, and over the top, we top it off with the toasted soybeans. And finish it with the Okinawan black sugar syrup.
Ooh,
and this is something that you see a lot in Kyoto or anywhere else in Japan that are incredibly traditional, but I just haven't seen in America. So I just thought it would be really good. And I think this is probably our version of vanilla.
Before we move on to this display here, where'd you learn how to do this?
So I've been working in a restaurant for a little over 20 years. And along the way, like I've never been a pastry chef, but I think every step of the way that I have to take on pastry position, just because like, short-staffed or we just want to be like, just just curious about doing different things.
Right.
And so along the way, I picked up through working in the restaurants, reading
Yes.
books, and all that kind of stuff.
Beautiful. Okay, and what do we have here?
So here is a more unique take on our ice cream because we were trying to define what ice cream is. So typically it's just like, scoop or cup or cone is what it is.
Right.
So here's like what we're doing is instead of just freezing in the traditional way, we're freezing with liquid nitrogen, which kind of gives a little different texture, flavor, appearance, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So here's this.
This is a process right here. This is when art meets ice cream, right? And dessert.
Right.
Okay, and then this. Now, what is this?
So this is liquid nitrogen. So
Okay.
it's, again, the different way that we can create ice cream.
Yes.
So we're not just making ice cream.
Right.
Part of it is food, but it is art. And again, like how do we modify the textures and flavors, appearance, and all that stuff, and still remain delicious and true to the culture.
Right.
So instead of traditionally, like freezing while we are aerating, so these two things happen differently. So freezing happens with nitrogen, aeration happens with nitrous oxide. So
Now, should I step back or are we good?
it should be fine.
Should be fine, Chef says. Wow. Look at that. It's almost like it's freeze dried now.
Yeah, it does look
right?
like that.
Okay.
So what it does is, again, the texture on the outside is really, really crispy, and inside creamy like a mousse.
Ooh.
And Shinsuke, our Japanese-inspired ice cream shop, instead of doing wheat wafers, we thought to do a rice wafers. So these are rice that's been puffed, so gluten-free, and it just simply Japanese. And
Yes.
just to top it off, just again, some of these are very humble ingredients like soybeans. So we just finish it with such a gold. So I think you can really have the layer luxury.
Right. And this is, because I asked Chef, exactly what is this? It's so beautiful. It's rice.
It is.
It's rice. You're phenomenal. I'm so happy that you stopped in today. When does Snow Crane open exactly?
So we're about to receive all the permits back. So I think
Okay.
hopefully by the mid-May to mid-June is
Yeah.
what we're looking at.
And let me also say that tasted so yummy. Okay, well, of course, painting also requires a whole lot of creativity. Jamaican native Anna August created this image that you're about to see on your screen for DC's Cherry Blossom Festival. This was last year. Aren't these paintings gorgeous? She earned the title of Official Artist for the festival back in 2025. Now, a few months later, around Mother's Day, we asked Anna to create a painting for us that symbolized the impact of our mothers. Here's what she created.
This is a painting I created for Mother's Day. I wanted it to capture, the strength of motherhood, but also the grace that they do it with. I made this painting with 5 little ducklings because I'm the youngest of 5. And I feel like my mom sacrificed so much for us to have the life that we have now. And I wanted this to be an ode to her and a tribute to her.
I love it so much. The youngest of 5, my goodness. And you're the baby, how sweet. Can you talk a little bit just about, you hit on it, but about that relationship with your mother, how it's been impactful in your artwork?
So my mom is like my biggest supporter. She's always trumping me on. She's always supporting me ever since I was younger. My mom would always come home with like little boxes of crayons and stuff. And that sounds small, but in Jamaica growing up, that's like a treasure. Not every little kid has crayons. I used to make my paint with rose petals. That's how rare it is.
Wow. Okay.
To have like kind of materials and stuff. And you know how you mentioned your mom collects your art and they put it on the fridge, but my mom went a step beyond that. She'd always encourage me to keep that creativity and like the childlike love for my art that I've always had since I was younger. So she encouraged me to, stick with that and keep that.
So, of course, painting also requires a whole lot of creativity. Jamaican native Anna August created the official image for DC's Cherry Blossom Festival last year. That's what you were seeing right there. She also created these other beautiful paintings, but she earned the title of official artist for the festival back in 2025. A few months later, around Mother's Day, we asked Anna to create a painting for us that symbolized the impact of our mothers. Here's what she created. Yeah, that's the image right there. Yeah. There was a bigger one. They made a big one, yeah, and then it went to the smaller. It's cute. Okay. Young, what's her name? Young, is it Young Panitz or Young? Young. We want to also highlight one more artist who is capturing our area's beauty. Young Pantis created these digital pictures or pieces of art on her iPad. You can see her work features our beloved monuments, pandas, and traditions. My pal Annie Yu spoke with Young about what inspired her to start her business, Salgu, during our gift-giving episode.
I knew DC would be a city where I'll be living in for a long time. Before that, I moved a lot. I lived in Seoul, Prague, Australia, Los Angeles, Seattle. So I wanted to capture the moment where I fell in love, and then keep it forever. And I also want people to see like what I see.
And Junk sells her artwork through various mediums, including wall prints, postcards, even stickers. Well, now we want to highlight the women from Australia. Many people in the junk journaling community say inspired them to start this hobby. So junk journaling is similar to scrapbooking, but journalers put everyday objects like napkins, ticket stubs, and receipts into their journals. And I talked with Martina earlier this fall about last fall, right? Earlier, or just earlier? Sorry. Yeah. Earlier. You already did? Okay. Now we want to highlight the women from Australia. Many people in the junk journaling community say inspired them to start this hobby. So junk journaling, if you're not familiar, is similar to scrapbooking, but journalers put everyday objects like napkins, ticket stubs, and receipts into their journals. I talked with a woman named Martina about the journaling movement that she helped to spark.
You've always been a journaler. When did you decide to take it to this other level?
I've always been a journaler for sure. I started when I was 8 years old, and my mum gave me a travel journal for our trip abroad, and it's just something I've done ever since. But it's funny, the thing that you think is quite normal and mundane, maybe about yourself, is something that actually really resonates with a lot of people. So a few years ago, I started just sharing my pages on Instagram, and it was just part of my day to day, and it just stuck, and people started, I guess, seeing me as this scrapbook girl when I started blowing up on Pinterest and Instagram.
So what do you think the impact has been on people? Because for us, if you're saving a ticket stub, like I have a ticket stub from a Michael Jackson concert I saw in 1983, like a Prince thing, what do you think is the appeal for that? What impact does it have on people really when they share these events in their life?
I guess it's just I think a lot of us are sentimental, and I think a lot of us have that shoebox under our bed filled
Yeah.
with tickets and photos and little bits that we've collected, like little bowerbirds. But there's something about actually turning that into art and taking time to really go through these memories and hold them, paste them in a journal. And it doesn't have to look pretty, but it's something about just the act of doing it that just romanticizes it even further and allows us to have that slow moment, I think.
Right, right. And how would you say that this artwork, that's what I'm going to call it, or this form of art has grown and changed for you over the years?
The style has definitely evolved, and the contents definitely. My journals when I was 8 years old had Lizzie McGuire stickers and Kim Possible, which reveals my age and generation. And
Yeah.
now it might be, I mean, there's less concert tickets. I have to say that because
Mm,
we don't seem to get physical paper tickets anymore. And
right.
now I feel like I have to ask for them, especially and say, I want them for my journal.
Yes. Okay. Well, I have a drawer full of them if you ever need any from the U.S. So this extends way beyond where you're joining us from in Sydney. It's really formed communities around the world and different clubs and people doing this. When you think of that or your impact, how does that make you feel?
I never could have expected it to go as far as it has gone. I'd never expected that sharing my journals would
Mhm.
inspire and spark so much community. I think people are really craving that real life connection, and junk journaling is such an easy, low cost activity that can just bring you and your girlfriends together, and such
Yeah.
a fun activity to do, even with strangers, because you have this icebreaker, which is that you enjoy craft and stickers and there's something
Mhm.
to talk about. But now there's hundreds of junk journal clubs around the world. I get people messaging me from Panama, from Bahrain, from
Yeah.
every
Wow.
state in the US saying,
Yeah.
I've started a little junk journal club, and thank you so much for inspiring that. And yeah, it's amazing to know that the impact has gone beyond online.
Do you still host any? I know you have in the past.
Yes, yeah, I do.
Mhm.
So I'm about to go on my book tour, which is really just an excuse to do a whole bunch of crafty events and
Yeah.
go visit my community around the world.
And you've actually launched two books. Can you tell us about those?
Yes, so my first book is The Art of Memory Collecting, which is 15 different craft projects for turning your memories into art, like memory boxes, scrapbooks.
Mhm.
And then my second book, which just came out, is A Year of Junk Journaling. And that is a whole year's worth of prompts and inspiration for your junk journal.
Oh my God, I am definitely a fan. I'm telling you, I have diaries from when I was young with roses pressed in them, and you're like, what am I going to do with all
Wow.
this? So I'm just really excited. But I would be beginning. So what is the advice for a beginner? How do we even start doing this?
A beginner junk journaler, I would just say start with what you have. I think we all have little bits and pieces that
Hmm.
we've collected. And if you don't, then start collecting. And
Yeah.
I think there's so much beauty in just starting to look at life that way, looking for
Mhm.
little souvenirs from your daily moments.
You have a fan here in Washington, D.C. That's me. And I'm going to start, and I can't wait.
All righty, I still haven't started my junk journal though, but I will. All right, you might know a plant parent or two. Coming up, we're highlighting a local ceramicist. And I will start my junk journal soon. Well, you may know a plant parent or two. Coming up, we're highlighting a local artist whose plant holders are as funky as they are practical.
Welcome back in to Get Uplifted. Let's talk about an artist now who turned a unique material into her creative signature. Check this out. This is a Korea native, Eugene O. Oh, Eugene. It's got to be Eugene O. Yeah. All right. I'm ready. I'm sorry. Okay, 3, 2. Welcome back in to Get Uplifted. Alrighty, let's talk about an artist now who turned a unique material into her creative signature. Check this out. Korea native Eugene O is creating animals, flowers, cartoon characters, and seasonal objects out of pipe cleaners. She's got about 24,000 followers on TikTok who just watch her create this artwork, and her most popular video is a cat tutorial. It has over 4 million views. And I spoke with Eugene about the benefits of making items out of pipe cleaners. So thank you so much for joining us all the way from Seoul today. We really, really do appreciate it. Let me jump right in. What inspired you to start creating this artwork out of pipe cleaners?
I love making things with my hands since I was a child. One day I saw a video online showing how to make flowers with pipe cleaners, and I thought it was amazing. I tried it myself and I was really fun, especially because I realized I could make more than just flowers.
And boy, did you. So you made this cat out of pipe cleaners and it went viral. Can you tell me about what that experience was like?
I haven't expected this huge response because I just uploaded my video as normal, but suddenly, just right after I posted my video, so many likes, comments, and followers came. So I was so thankful then, and it was my first time my videos go viral. So I cried because so many people made comments for me on comments. So after I posted my video for about a week, I checked the TikTok application every 5 minutes. Seeing people share photos was so touching. So I proudly showed it to my family, and they were so happy and congratulated me.
Wow, I'm sure they were so surprised and so proud. So I see you have some of your artwork in front of you. Can you brag on that a little bit and show me some of the artwork that's in front of you?
Oh yeah, well, I like to say my one of favorites creation is this Minions.
Oh.
I made this because I'm a huge fan of this movie. So this purple one is the Evil Minion. It's also my favorite. So I made this Minions and it also becomes small viral. So it's my one of the favorites creations.
Yeah, they're so cute. I like the Minions too. So you decided to use pipe cleaners. So what is the benefit of using pipe cleaners? Are they easy to work with? Why would you say that people maybe should try it themselves, working with pipe cleaners?
There are so many benefits because number one is it's very lightweight and it comes in wide variety of colors. So if I'm doing wrong, you can unravel and try it again because it's very flexible. And the second is you can make flat 2D design as well as 3D shapes. Also you can make big size or small size, anything you can make. So, and the last one,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They hold their shape well over time. So it is the best. I think it is the best materials making decoration something.
And I see you displayed them behind you there. What do you do with most of the things that you make? What do you do with most of the pieces that you make?
I usually display my finished creation around my home, like on shelf on my desk, or even in the bathroom, or I give this as a gift to my friends. And like this Halloween or Christmas season, I change the decoration. which I make like a tree or the Halloween cats like this. So it feels great to see my handmade decoration as part of my home.
I love that. And how can people see your social media? Should we log on to TikTok, Instagram? How do we find you?
I usually run on TikTok, so you can follow me on TikTok at Dongkul. It spells as DONGKUL. So I regularly post my pipe cleaner creations and tutorial there, so you can get new ideas and learn how to make them yourself.
I love it. This is Yujin Oh. We appreciate your time. Have a beautiful day in gorgeous Seoul, South Korea. And again, thank you so much for joining us from around the world. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. So we're cranking up the creativity here. Maryland ceramicist Rebecca Cross Squire created these funky ceramic holders to put our green friends in. And you can see just how really pretty and colorful and whimsical they are. Those have little feet on them. Okay, Rebecca also designs mugs, hand soap dispensers, holiday ornaments, and containers to put your things in. Okay, like that? Red toenail polish. Really creative. Our Annie Yu spoke with her about her creations and how she is inspiring other local artists.
I'd say the majority of things that I sell are kind of kitchen specific items. So I have oil pourers. I think the most of anything are soap dispensers. I sell also sponge holders, which unfortunately I've sold out of completely already this
that's
season.
a good problem to have.
Spoon rests, but I also absolutely love making planters. And of course I sell a lot of mugs.
I mean, these are just gorgeous. So talk to me about the process and the time that goes into it.
Sure, so I have a little studio in my house. So it's very small scale. I just use one clay body, which is porcelain, and I paint everything with a paintbrush with underglazes. So I decorate everything by hand. Everything's free-handed for the most part, painted. And I have so much fun.
Where do you find the inspiration for your next product or next artwork?
Oh, all over the place. Obviously, I know so many other wonderful ceramicists in the area selling their work, so I see what other people are doing. I see things online, but a lot of my work has been born out of just things that I need. Like I have a huge collection of plants at my house, so I spent years and years perfecting my perfect planter design.
Yeah.
So I've come up with all of these fun planter designs, both more typical ones with the built-in outer ring and drainage holes, and then really fun sculptural ones like this little guy that's
really
got little
cute.
drainage holes and also fits on windowsills, which is a focus in my household, is making planters
really
that fit
cute.
in small spaces.
Now, what are these little guys?
Those are little slugs. So the story behind all of my little bugs that I've been making is that I teach kids, especially in the summer. I've been teaching at the Greenbelt Creative Kids Camp at the Greenbelt Community Center for the last 3 years. And whenever I'm teaching kids, I kind of end up doing things with my hands while I'm talking and I'm showing them what to do. And I just kept making little bugs. And so at some point I realized I had this whole collection of snails and slugs, and I was like, I should do something with all of these bugs.
We eventually work in cicadas and
yeah, exactly.
What do we have? The lantern flies around here. I love it. Look at the little snail. And this is an ornament, right?
Yeah,
it could be an ornament.
Exactly.
That
so
is
I
so
made
cute.
some of them into Christmas
where did
ornaments.
your love start?
I started doing ceramics a little bit in high school at Glen Echo Park in Bethesda, which was very fun.
See, this is why Glen Echo Park can never go away.
I know, it's such a special place. And then I studied ceramics in college at Bennington College. And then I've just been doing it kind of ever since. I was working at a district clay studio for a while casually, and then in 2020 when everything started to happen with the pandemic, I was like, this is my time. I bought a kiln, I bought a wheel, and I set up my pottery studio, and I've been doing it for real ever since.
That's
I've been selling
amazing.
since
I love
then.
that. I love that. So you're sharing your gift with others. If anyone's watching this and thinking, hey, how can I learn how to do this? Is there an opportunity for that?
Absolutely. So I teach classes at the Greenbelt Community Center. We have a wonderful roster of teachers, so I don't do a huge amount of wheel classes or kind of casual hand building, but I've been doing a lot of really fun, specific workshops for making little creatures, making magnets, making sculptural planters. And I've been really trying to focus on classes that are accessible to non-ceramicists. So instead of 8-week ongoing classes, I'll do 2 to 3 week. You come and you make a product and then you decorate it the next week, then refire it for the second time, and then you can take it home with you. So trying to make them really accessible to everybody.
That's a good process, very organized. How can people reach out to you or get more information?
Absolutely. You can reach out to me on Instagram at rcs_ceramics. Email me, rcsceramics@gmail.com, or reach out to me on Etsy. I sell on Etsy, which is etsy.com/shop/RCS ceramics.
One of those custom.
Yeah, one of those
ceramics.
silly names. But yeah, RCS Ceramics. Reach out to me. I do a ton of custom work.
You don't need to put real flowers in your vases and plant holders. California Nene Angel crochets floral bouquets. They vary in size, typically include a yarn plushie matching the theme of the bouquet. Now those themes include Princess Rapunzel, Strawberry Shortcake, and Snoopy. Annie spoke to Nene about some of her most popular bouquets.
What inspired me to make these was actually social media. It was during the pandemic when
Oh my God, I was ready to throw the phone. Do it again. But Terry came to the rescue, Caitlin. It's always good to, everybody needs an editing pro in their life. Thanks, Terry. I don't know what you did. I don't know either. It was too many layers. Remember, it was like layers. Yeah, but why was the guy's head cut off? Oh yeah, because I didn't make him big enough. All right, goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Okay, here we go. All right, let me just see here. You don't need to put real flowers in your, okay, I'm gonna say in a vase. Okay, 3, 2. Look, you don't need to put real flowers in a vase either. California Nene Angel crochets floral bouquets. They vary in size. They typically include a yarn plushie matching the theme of the bouquet. And those themes include Princess Rapunzel, Strawberry Shortcake, Snoopy. Annie talked to Nene about some of his most popular bouquets.
What inspired me to make these was actually social media. It was during the pandemic when I truly got to get into crocheting. My family actually knew how to crochet, but I wasn't really interested in that until I saw people on social media making crochet characters like actual princesses and superheroes, and that's how I really got into it.
So how many hours does it take you to finish one bouquet? I mean, it's a labor of love.
I would say it just like depends on the specific bouquet, because for example, I have like mini bouquets, like mini Rapunzel bouquets, and also bigger Rapunzel bouquets. So it just depends because each like rose takes around like 30 minutes to make. So it just like depends, and like, you know, when people need the item.
30 minutes to make a rose. That is impressive. You are a pro crocheter. I'm sure that will take me months. What are some of your most popular bouquets? I think I can guess, but tell us what some of your more popular bouquets look like.
My most popular bouquets are like the Rapunzel series. For example, this mini Rapunzel bouquet, and also like this, you could say medium-sized bouquet because I could like still make bigger ones. And also like superhero bouquets, like any type of superhero bouquets, and also, for example, Hello Kitty.
Yeah, Hello Kitty.
And like item.
Adorable. Adorable. And I love that you can always hang on to the bouquet, right? I mean, flowers, you have to water and they eventually have a life, but you can hang on to these forever. What feedback have you gotten from your customers?
I've gotten back mostly positive feedback. Most of the times the bouquets arrive like perfectly fine, but obviously some of the sometimes UPS like like how do I say it? They lose the package, or it's like something goes wrong with the package, but I'm always able to communicate with the customer and resolve that issue, and like we could make the bouquet again or provide a refund. So that's like working with UPS.
Nene, has there ever been a time where a customer asked for something and you were like, okay, now this is going to be a challenge?
There has been. I remember one time a customer asked me to make a crochet purse, and I thought I could make it because I saw the pattern, but it turns out the pattern was incomplete. It was only like half of the video, and I wasn't able to make it, so I had to like refund the deposit of the customer.
Oh wow! Otherwise, I'm sure
Yeah.
you can do it all. Well, where can people find your products, or how can they get in touch with you?
People could find like purchase my products through my number, my Instagram, my Facebook, my TikTok, but some people prefer to purchase also on Poshmark, which is like a direct site to like purchase a product instead of, messaging me details and stuff like that.
We are 3 weeks away from Christmas. How far in advance should people contact you in order to place that order in time for the holidays?
I do recommend a few weeks in advance because I do get my supplies from Mexico and I get them shipped over here. So, for example, my yarn takes around like 2 weeks to arrive, and then I still need to make it. Plus, I'm like still in school. So, I do recommend ordering a few weeks in advance. But for example, these mini Rapunzel bouquets, they do take less time to make. So, these like will be probably ready in like 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks. So, just honestly depends on the design.
All right, now we're just about 2 weeks away from Valentine's Day, so keep Nene in mind for maybe next year. Thank you so much for joining us on Get Uplifted for Creativity Month. And if you want more, watch my Get Uplifted stream right here on WUSA 9 Plus, and you can get your daily dose of Get Uplifted on WUSA 9 mornings. Stay uplifted.